Hello, and welcome to this, our 157th live stream, the No True Canadian Fallacy. Of course, this is our homage to the No True Scotsman Fallacy that we did our last Monday video on. So, basically, we're here to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Little bit, just a tiny bit of housekeeping. We want to remind people that we are still doing that Egypt in the Bible tour. Things have seemed to have calmed down in the Mideast at this point, so it looks like everything is a go again. So we ask that you, if you are intending to join us on that trip to Egypt, and it's going to be a fabulous trip, that you register for it so that the tour group has an idea that you're even interested. Because if they don't think they're interested, there's not going to be a trip. So we just ask that if you are interested, please do register. Okay? So with that said, let's get into the rules, and then we'll get into your questions. And the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. No surprise there if you've been on YouTube for any length of time at all. If you are going to ask a non-super chat question, and we do take non-super chat questions, please preface it with a Q and a colon at the beginning. Even before you say, hello, Dr. Falk, have that Q and a colon. If we don't see that Q and a colon, it doesn't exist. Might as well not be there. Okay? But we'll just assume that it's addressed to somebody else on the live stream. Also, if you do post a non-super chat, only post it once. Double postings get disqualified. Okay, we don't want to promote posts, message spamming. So only post it once. Okay. Also, if it's something in the Bible or a foreign word, we need a little bit of context. In the case of the Bible, please include the book it's in, the chapter, and the verse. If it's from a foreign language, we ask that you tell us what language you think it's in and what you think the word it means, just so we can narrow the question down. Okay? And finally, we've got a new rule that we started last week, which is if you're going to sponsor a super chat or a non-super chat, only do one question per super chat. Okay, so only sponsor one question, and retype the question of that you're sponsoring so we don't have to hunt through the entire live chat looking for it. Okay? So, those are the rules. Let's get into the questions. Okay. All right, our first question of the night is going to be from Bonbon. Woohoo! It's a Bonbon start. And he asks, did Egyptians view their merchants as unscrupulous and had a negative view of them like we do of our businessmen today? Did they think their practices were scummy and exploitative? That is actually a really good question. That's a really good question. Well phrased too, Bonbon. Now, the quick answer is no. Okay. Now, they were aware of merchants who cheated. Okay, they were aware of this, who had unfair weights and volumes. Okay, they were aware of this. They were aware of merchants who had put their thumb on the scale. Okay, so they were aware of that, or had what was called dishonest weights. So it might have been weighed to a deben, but really weighed either less or more, depending. Okay, so we do find this in Egypt, but overall, merchants weren't seen as inherently negative, and that's because everybody in Egyptian society was involved in trading goods at some level. Okay, so there wasn't a merchant class, like you find in other areas of the world. So, while you might get a merchant class in Mesopotamia, you didn't have one in Egypt. So there wasn't really any of that. Hey, don't worry about that in black. We know it's a new rule. We're gonna be kind of generous on that. But yeah. So businessmen, they knew that they could be dishonest. Okay, they knew they could be dishonest, but overall, because everyone was at some level involved in selling their merchandise, whether it's a farmer, whether it's the priest sold stuff. Everyone was selling stuff. So when everyone is selling stuff, there's no individual merchant class, per se. So you didn't get that reputation because everyone was involved in some way in buying and selling goods. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Great question. Thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay. The next question here is from Let Me Explain, followers of the Shepherd, who's asked this question for, I think, 10 weeks now. We just never get to answer it. And he asks, in Leviticus 13, we are told what to do with certain symptoms. Is this advanced knowledge for the time or just common knowledge? Okay, now, Leviticus 13 specifically deals with skin diseases. In the past, we would have called this leprosy. Now, today, most scholars would say this isn't leprosy. This is basically a variety of unusual skin conditions. Could be like lesions or psoriasis or even eczema. And there's various ways of examining it. The priest is going to examine, is it on the surface or does it go deep under the flesh? Does it spread? I just ran out of super chat. Man, it's so true. So true. Okay. So it's not that it's advanced knowledge, because some of these conditions were relatively minor. Many of them weren't even communicable. But for ritual purposes, where God wants his worshippers to be normal, an abnormal skin condition is going to disqualify you from being in the sanctuary. So, that's more or less what's going on here, is that you've got this whole sort of ritual of, and they basically, when they do, like, for example, with the priests, when they do this examination, they're going to be taking you outside of the city to do it. So that if it happens to be communicable, they can control it, and the ritual impurity won't come back into the city. Okay? So it's not that they're dealing with, an advanced medical knowledge here. The medical knowledge that they're using here is really quite primitive. But it is really a ritual law and a ritual disqualification more than it is, say, even a medical one. Okay? So we finally got to answer this question. I know you've been asking it for like more than 2 months. And, we do this. Sometimes say, okay, he's asked this for so long, the squeaky grease gets the wheel, and we'll finally answer it. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, the third non-super chat here is from Dale McKenzie. Now, we get questions like this one fairly often, but it happens enough that we're going to really sort of examine this one. Okay? And he asks, Dr. Falk, was Ahmose, and he's referring to Ahmose the first king of Dynasty 18, ever referred to as Romsys I'm reading a... Excuse me a moment. Just a heads up, it is allergy season here. Okay. So, sorry about that. Let's start the question over again. Dr. Falk, was Ahmose I ever referred to as Romsys? I'm reading an Answers in Genesis article about Egyptian chronology, and it references a paper by Floyd Nolan Jones as a source of the claim. Okay. There's a variety of issues here, but let's sort of start teasing this apart because there's a lot here. Okay. Now, first, who is Floyd Nolan Jones? That's going to be really important in all this. He holds a PhD in geology. He apparently holds a THD. Now, I tried to look up his educational background because you want to get some sort of gauge on what kind of educational background he has. And couldn't find anything. I couldn't find what schools he actually went to. Anywhere. So, either he's not saying or it's a degree he got through a degree mill. I don't know. I think his PhD in geology is legit. I mean, he has got a PhD in geology. I think that one's legit. But his THD, I don't know. He's also an Usher maximalist. This means he believes in the chronology of Bishop Usher. Okay? Yeah, that chronology that was included in the Scofield Bible. Okay? So, he believes the world was created in 4004 BC. He believes that the Exodus took place in 1491 BC. So he's not quite like the modern early Exodus daters. He's different. He really falls in line with that Bishop Usher chronology, including repeating many of the mistakes that Usher made. He's also a Texas Receptus King James only guy. Okay? Now, oh yeah, he's a special one, all right. Now, I did find the quote in question, and we're going to bring it up here because we're going to go down here the rabbit hole, okay? So, let me pull up his book here, and it's actually this quote is actually from a book which I've highlighted here in yellow, and his book is called The Chronology of the Old Testament, okay? This is the quote I've marked here is in the 21st edition. 21st edition, published in 2019. So this is recent for him. Very recent. Okay. And he says here on page 51, the entire point is left devoid of all its apparent force when it is brought to light that Ahmose, which is Ahmose I, 16th century BC founder of the 18th dynasty, bore the name Romsys, sun array equals the sun, probably as a throne name. Okay? So, there's two claims here. That Ahmose I bore the name Romsys. And it was probably used as a throne name. Okay. So, where did he get this from? Okay, so you scroll down to the footnote here. And he gets this quote from McClintock and Strong, Cyclopedia of Biblical, Theological, and Ecclesiastical Literature, Volume 2, page 305. Okay. So that still doesn't tell us exactly where the source is. But McClintock and Strong published this volume in 1882. 1882. And I found that. I found the quote in McClintock and Strong as well. So let's pull that one up. Okay. Now, it's on the right-hand column here. Okay. And it's the one highlighted in blue. And it reads, it loses almost all its force Just a small bit of plagiarism. We won't worry about that, though. When we find that a son of Ahmose, the head of the 18th dynasty, variously assigned to the 17th and 16th centuries BC, bore the name of Romsys, which name, from its meaning, son of Ra, or the son of god of Heliopolis, would almost necessarily be not be a not very uncommon one. Okay, now we have to understand that McClintock and Strong, this is the Strong's Concordance, that book that I've repeatedly said should be burned. He's writing from the end of the 19th century. Okay, Egyptology is still in its infancy. But we've already seen here that Floyd Nolan Jones has misquoted McClintock and Strong. For example, he says here that McClintock and Strong basically says that it's not a name of Ahmose, not a throne name from Ahmose, but one of his sons who is named Romsys. So already we see that Nolan has misquoted McClintock Strong. Okay. Now, yeah, the 19th century Scalding one of the scholarship back. That's a good one, Mobius. Yeah, not strong with that. May the fourth be with you. May the Sith is what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's tomorrow. May the 4th is tomorrow. And then on the 5th is also the channel's birthday. Yeah. We'll have done this channel. That'll be our 4th year. Yeah, time flies. Okay. So McClintock and Strong get a couple things wrong here. Okay. So let's look, but at least here we know where McClintock and Strong got it from. The son of Ahmose. And once we know that, we can look it up. But prima facie, we can just see, Romsys, where McClintock and Strong says Romsys, which name from its meaning, son of Ra. Romsys does not mean son of Ra. It means Ra begot, or born of Ra. Okay, but not son of. That's a different. That would be Sare, not Romsys. Okay, so already here in just looking up these two references, Nolan misquotes McClintock and Strong, and McClintock and Strong make a prima facie mistake. But it doesn't end there. Okay? Because we can look up the sons of Ahmose. And what we get here is, Aidan Dodson's Royal Families of Ancient Egypt. And here, right in the middle of the page, is that son of Ahmose, who is not Romsys, he's Ramosa. This is a really, really common mistake that we see over and over and over again from early date scholars. Now, I've got another visual. This is how to spell Ramosa. Ra-mosa. Okay? Okay? That's Ramosa. We find that all over the place. But that's not Romsys. On the bottom here, we've got Romsys. Ra, Mes, Su. It's completely different, and it means something different. Ra begot him. Cannibal, cannabis. Yeah, exactly. That him is that pronoun is really unique to the 19th, end of the 18th, really end of the 18th. Ramses the first is the first person in Egyptian history that has that name recorded. Okay? And that is what we find in the Bible. Because the thing is, Ramosa has one S, Ramses has two, and the biblical text preserves that second S. Okay? But let's just make sure everything is sort of copacetic here. Let's make sure we covered all our bases. Okay? Now, did Ahmose the First ever have a throne name that was Ramses? Well, you know what? We happen to have the complete titulary, that's titles, royal titles, for Ahmose the First. And this is from Beckerath. Okay? So, all 5 names here are attested. Okay? So, we've got the Aha Heperu Re. Okay? Or sorry, Aha Heperu, that's this one right here. We've got Pati Mes. That's there too. We got this one here. That's also not Ramses. That's Gestawi. We have got over here. We've got Neb Pahit Re. Okay, also not Ramses. And then we've got right here Ahmose. That's his complete titulary. There's no Ramses in that titulary. There's no Ramosa even in that titulary. So essentially, Floyd Nolan Jones has really botched this up. And he's botched it up using really out-of-date scholarship. I just wish that Answers in Genesis would get better staff writers. Okay? They really, really need better staff writers. And you know, it's one of the things is they sort of know they need better staff writers. Okay? But what happens is they get these volunteers in and who don't know anything, who are not educated in the fields. And they just make these horrible amateur mistakes. And I've seen them do this a dozen times where they get into trouble over a particular issue. And they find it in something. Now, disclaimer, Answers in Genesis sells Floyd Nolan Jones materials. Okay, they resell them. Okay, but they've never really critically appraised them. And this is, I think, is a big, big problem inside of Answers in Genesis. It's a problem in a lot of creation ministries. It's not just them. Creations Ministries International does the exact same thing. Well, they'll see something that sounds good, agrees with what they believe, and they'll latch onto it uncritically. And then it later on makes them look stupid. So, essentially, what it boils down to is Nolan Jones doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's using out-of-date scholarship. Really out-of-date scholarship. I mean, you can't get much worse than 1882. Even Nolan Jones misquotes it. He outright misquotes it. And when you do look it up, it doesn't say what they think it says. So, again, this is highly problematic, and I just kind of wish they would get their house in order. It would look a lot better for the faith if they got their house in order. So, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. I wish we didn't have to kind of keep repeating this that Ramosa is not Ramses. Okay? Wish we didn't have to keep doing this. You know? And Answers in Genesis isn't the only people who keep making this mistake. I mean, this is the mistake Titus Kennedy made in the debate. He did the exact same thing. So, you know, the message isn't getting out there. It's not getting out there, and people are repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again to support what they think is a traditional reading when it's not a traditional reading. So, anyway. Jack Ray, you have failed me for the last time. Dr. Falk, Darth Vader. Hey, I am not Darth Vader. I'm Darth Sidious. IP is Darth Vader. What the early daters have said. I'm Darth Sidious. I walk with a cane. I know how to use a sword. Okay. Mechanique. I thought I heard that from Kennedy. Yeah, it's because you did hear that from Kennedy. And you know what? The real ironic thing about it is he's still doing it. He's still repeating it. I mean, that's what's really awful about that is he's still, you know, he's still doing this kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm probably yelling too loud into it. So let me just damp that down a bit. All right, that should be better. Sorry about that. It's a little bit loud. Okay, that should probably be. We should be able to be fine now. Is that better? If not, we might have to put a filter on it, but we'll do that next week. All right. Okay, so that's the third non-super chat, and let's now get into the super chats. So our first super chat here of the night is from Mobius for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, when did the idea of the seventh day was the Sabbath began? Somebody said it was post Exodus 16:1. It couldn't be the 15th because the Israelites traveled by day. The next 6 days they gathered manna. Exodus 16, 23, 23, and 26. Okay. Exodus 16 is when we start seeing the institution of the Sabbath. That's the first really point where we see it. Let's just bring that up here, just to get it going. So Exodus 16. Okay, and verse 1 it says, they set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the sons of Israel came to the wilderness of Zin, which is between Elam and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt. So, this is the 6th week. They're already in the wilderness for 6 weeks. They're and now they have to start foraging. Okay? So that's when we get down to the provision of the manna. That happens down here in verse. So, okay. Well, are we still getting audio fuzzy? Loose connection. Loose connection on this. Okay. Okay, let's see. How's that? Okay. Is that better? Okay. Woo. Yeah, I never touched the cables on this, so if something gets loose, I don't see it. Okay, so it looks like... Okay, audio fix. All right. Awesome. Yeah, it looks like something fell on the cable, so it probably just sort of jiggled it out. All right. Okay, so, back to it here. Let's see here. Yeah, we've been having a lot of glitches tonight, so... All right, so, verse 15. When the sons of Israel saw it, this is the manna, they said to one another, "What is it?" But they did not know what it was. And Moses said, "Is bread which the Lord has given you to eat." Verse 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather it, every man, as much as he should eat. You should take an omer apiece, according to the number of persons in each of you has in his tent. Okay. And then it goes on verse 19. And Moses said, "Let no man leave it until morning." But they did not listen to Moses and left part of it until morning and bred worms and became foul. And Moses was angry with them. And they gathered it morning by morning, every man as much as he should eat. But when the sun grew hot, it would melt. This is why I really think this thing is a fungus, but we won't get into that. Right. And verse 22, now it came about on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for each one. When all the leaders of the congregation came and told Moses, he said to them, "This is what the Lord meant. Tomorrow is a Sabbath observance, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. Bake what you will bake, boil what you will boil, and all that is left over put aside to keep until morning." So they put it aside until morning, as Moses had ordered, and it would not become foul, nor was there any worm in it. Okay. So, essentially, it looks like that the Sabbath was instituted at the end of the 7th week. So, interestingly enough, the 7th day is being first celebrated after the 7th week. So, that's when it seems to have been the first Israelite Sabbath. Now, they did have some idea of what a Sabbath was prior to that, because they got a half day off once every 10 days. But that was very different than what they were used to here. Okay? So, that seems to be when it was instituted.
Back to working 10 days and getting
yeah, they can give the Sabbath back if they want. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And we're sorry about the audio-visual glitches. We did not know that was happening. Okay, the next super chat here is from TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on Bithia, 1 Chronicles 4:18? Okay, let's just bring that up. Chronicles 4:18. I think it's actually... Is 4:18, and it's actually part of verse 17, technically. Okay. And the sons of Ezra were Jether, Merad, Epher, and Jalon. And these are the sons of Bithia, the daughter of Pharaoh, who Merad took, and she conceived and bore Miriam, Shammai, Ishba, and the father of Eshtemoa. All right. Now, my thoughts on this. Now, I looked up in a bunch of commentaries about this one, because I wanted to be kind of sure about this. And the commentaries aren't touching this one with a 10-foot pole. They don't want to talk about this. And it's a little strange to me that they don't talk about it. So, I went through like a half dozen commentaries today just to look this thing up, and there's no mention of it all. The text here does appear in both the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, but there's also translators that view this as what's called a scribal gloss. Basically, at some point, some scribe, like for example, here in the New American Standard, the section here is in parentheses. That indicates that the translators feel it's a scribal gloss, not part of the original text. And frankly, I kind of agree with them, actually. It's a very odd placement for the text, considering the rest of the chapter. So I don't know why commentators are hesitant on this. I will say this about commentaries on the book of Chronicles. They're usually garbage. Okay? The way it seems to work is when a publisher wants to give you a good book to do a commentary on, they'll give you Kings. If they want to give you a bad book to do a commentary on, they'll give you Chronicles. Nobody cares about Chronicles, which is really unfortunate because there's a lot of good stuff in Chronicles. Jack Raid Numbers commentary. Yeah, it's about the same thing. Where, you know, if they like you, they'll give you, allow you to do a commentary on Genesis. If they don't like you, they'll let you do a commentary on Numbers. Yeah. Yeah, it's really that thing. You know, I hate to say it, but there is a bias against certain books. And good authors get good books. Second-rate authors get not so good books. Good authors get First and Second Kings. Not so good authors get First and Second Chronicles. So most of the commentaries on First and Second Chronicles are terrible. They're terrible. In fact, what was it now? I think it was it Nikot? The Nikot series of commentaries has, I believe, commentaries on the entire Old Testament except Chronicles. I think that was the one it was accepting. But, you know, there needs to be some more attention placed on these less loved books because we're missing out on some tremendously interesting stuff. People that ask questions about it. So, overall, my thoughts on this, just prima facie, given the structure of the passage, in the rest of, say, the Toledot here, that this is a scribal gloss. That would be my immediate thing. So I just don't understand why commentators are reticent to even say, oh, it's a scribal gloss, and move on. I don't get it. But translators aren't. You know, the translators are basically really forthright about this, that this is a scribal gloss, move on. So that's what I would say here, is it's not part of the original text. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next super chat here is from Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know biblical numbers are symbolic or literal? Did any ancient writers leave a list claiming these numbers were literal or not, such as 40 years? Oh, I wish. But people don't. We don't do it. We don't use our euphemisms. You know, this was really impressed upon me when I lived in England. Okay. Now, being from North America, we use a lot of sports metaphors, gambling metaphors, drinking metaphors. They don't use any of that over in England. So I'm talking in this foreign language to them. And I said, yeah, it was a real home run. It's a home run. I got bad news for you. Okay, I'll take it straight up. Straight up, what's that? That's some drinking metaphor, yeah. But we have a lot of drinking, gambling, and sports metaphors in our culture. You know, you know, he hit a field goal. You know, he did a touchdown. There's a whole. I mean, there's a whole lot of sports metaphors in North American culture. We don't write them down. Hey, it's the whole enchilada. There's a food metaphor. He wants his pie and eat it too. So, unfortunately, what's going to determine whether a biblical number is symbolic or literal is context. Sometimes the passage gives us that context, sometimes it doesn't, because it just expects you to know it. Okay? Like, for example, they're not going to leave a list of these things around, but if you see the number 40, you should be suspicious as to whether it's symbolic or literal. You should really ask that question, because they would ask that question: is this symbolic or literal? And maybe later on they would take it literally, but early on it was understood in their culture to be an idiom. So because it's understood to be an idiom, they would have to examine that and basically say, okay, are we dealing with an idiomatic number, or are we dealing with a real literal number? So it all comes down to context. Context is king. And every translator knows this. Context, context, context. Every exegete knows this. At least any exegete worth their salt knows this. So it's not going to say a literal 40 years. And it's not going to say a symbolic 40 years. The author expects you to be intelligent enough to figure that out. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. You're going to have to use your brain and basically see what is most likely in that particular situation. But there are some numbers that are often used this way. The most common ones are 7, 12, 40, and multiples of those. Anything sort of, I always get suspicious whenever I see, 40 is the most common of these. 40 is used all over the place in symbolic idiomatic terms. All over the place. So it's really common. 7 and 12 also are sometimes used in this way, though. Not as often, but they are used in this way too. Yeah, 12 is one as well. So you do have to be careful with 12 and 7. Okay. What's his name? Umberto Cassuto mentioned this. That mentioned these three numbers. Okay, so other exegetes have figured this out too. So Cassuto figured out that these symbolic numbers of 7, 12, and 40 are very, and they're multiples. And they're multiples too. Okay, so it's not just 7, 12, and 40, but they're multiples. So 40 times 12, 480. The 480th year of the Exodus in 1 Kings 6:1. Perfect example of this. Global My CBH network, religious constructs praiseworthy. It's not that they're praiseworthy or not. It's just a cultural idiomatic thing. Okay, it's an idiom. It's basically a way to express something in non-literal terms. Well, yeah, we have our own idioms here. We will say like a century ago, or um, or you get some little kid that goes, "I've been waiting here forever." Yeah. So, um, So it's not that it's that there's praiseworthy or not. It's just part of the culture that they use these terms in idiomatic ways. N Black asks the further follow-up question: what did 12 and 7 usually mean? A 7 usually meant perfection. 12 was often completeness. Okay, but not always. Not always. So 7 meant perfection, 12 completeness. And I want to be really careful here too, because some of these didn't have. You don't want to get too deep into numerology, okay? Because one of the things about you can overplay the numerology thing, okay? Not every number had a meaning, or even was the normal meaning. Like 40. 40 is just an indefinite long time. It's like, we don't know how long, so it's 40. 40 could be 40. It could be 4. It could be 400. It could be 4,000. You just don't know. Because because the whole 40 thing actually means an unknown, indefinite long period. So, yeah, once in a while, 40 really was 40. What are the chances? Depends on the context, again. But sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. And that's the problem, is sometimes it wasn't. But because they did use it in that way, you could never be sure. So I think it's really hard to basically say, oh, I've got the number 40 here. It's got to mean literal 4 tens worth of years. Doesn't work that way. Okay. So anyway, context is going to be your best guide. You're not always going to have that. So you have to be able to live with the ambiguity of it in that particular case. Yeah, it could have rained 37 days and 30 nights. Yeah, absolutely. Like the 40 years of the wandering in the Sinai. It could have been 39 years. It could have been 41 years. I don't know. Okay, so that covers that one. Now let's go to the next one here. Top. Okay. We got this question here from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, Dr. Falk, simple peak question, what is a woman? Okay. That's a dangerous question to answer on YouTube. There have been channels that have been demonetized for answering this question. I will give you a brief answer for this, but we're not going to really get into this because it is a politically hot one. Now, I don't think that being a woman is a social construct alone. There is, without doubt, a biological component. There are over 50 sex differences between men and women. I'll let you look them up. But, there are enough that you can't just make it, say, a social construct. It's more than that. Like, for example, I'll give you one right here. I raise my hand here, and you see my middle finger. On men, it's the longest finger on the hand. On most women, the index finger is the longest. The most, on average. Okay? So, that's one of those things that tends to be more along lines, facial hair. Men have more facial hair. So there's chromosomal differences, there's hormonal differences, there's skeletal difference, there's muscular differences. There's differences in weight, differences in height. there's even some differences in, say, cognitive function. So without getting into the specifics of this, there's enough biological differences that this is more than just, say, a social construct. So I will defer the rest of the question at this point. Again, this is a question that can land you in a whole lot of trouble. So it's not a safe question to answer on YouTube. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. By the way, there's a half-decent Wikipedia page if you really are interested in that. Okay. Next one here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How triggered do you think Dan McClellan was by your video? I think that Dan McClellan is going into hiding. Okay? He had a strategy that was very, very effective for the first couple of years of his channel, which was you produce shorts. He only did shorts. He never did long videos. And the thinking is that he could do a quick hit and run, and no one would ever say, challenge him, because it was short. There wasn't enough material really to challenge him. Well, he's found out now that you talk enough smack on a short, people will go after you. And so he's starting to go into hiding. And frankly, he only really gets triggered when he wants to do a favor for his friends. Okay? You know, he's really not an idealist, to be very honest. I mean, he only went after me because I went after Bowen and Kip. You know, he only went after IP because IP went after the Mormons. So, you know, he tends to go after people who go after his friends. So he's not he doesn't really have the courage of convictions. He's not doing this on, say, ideological grounds. You know, he doesn't get triggered on those bases. He gets triggered on the basis of basically somebody went after his buddies. Okay? So, you know, so he's not a guy to get that. He's not a guy to get triggered in that way. He's more of a guy that's going to get triggered because you went after, say, his Dr. Votter. I wonder who that could be. Or his friends, Kip and Bowen. Or his church. So that's what triggers him. That's what motivates him. So going after the guy personally or his ideas isn't going to trigger him. I don't go after him personally anyway. I mean, I just go after the ideas. So, you know, but if you did go after him personally, he wouldn't be triggered by that. It's not his thing. You go after his friends, you go after the people he admires, oh boy, he'll go after you. So I don't think he was triggered at all by it. I don't think he even got the point, but hey. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, in your opinion, what exactly is it that makes someone a scholar? Okay. Essentially a level of learning. Essentially. So, what makes a scholar and what is scholarship? And I think once you answer the question, what is scholarship, you understand what a scholar is. Okay? Scholarship is having a command of the material for a given subject. Okay? So, let's say you want to do I'll just pick up a random item here. Flashlight. Let's say you want to be a scholar on flashlights. you're going to read all the literature available on flashlight technology, the materials used to make flashlights, the history of flashlights, when the patents were filed, the news releases regarding flashlights. You're going to go into every detail of what makes a flashlight, its history, its cultural references, its how it's used in movies and in books. And you will become an expert in flashlights. So that when you write your papers and your documents about the history of flashlights, you know all the literature associated with flashlights. That's scholarship, knowing the literature. So, the prerequisite of a scholar is reading. I hate to say this because not tweets, okay, not making videos, it's reading. You, as a scholar, you have to be a voracious reader in your particular area of specialization. That's what makes you a scholar. Okay. So when I hear sometimes these guys, and I'll call them academics, not scholars, who will give a paper but haven't done the reading. Okay. Exegetical apologetics. Reading is so boring, though. That seems to be the attitude, though. That's why Titus Kennedy doesn't read. That's why Douglas Petrovich doesn't read. I mean, I remember that paper Petrovich gave on, say, Genesis 6 and the Nephilim. You know, that pericope has had over 100 years of literature associated with. Like Meredith Kline, he wrote something on this. You know, a lot of people have written on that subject. I mean, it's almost been like a paper a year has come out just on that particular topic, which is really unprecedented in biblical studies. I mean, papers don't come out that fast normally for most topics on the Bible. But this is one area where you get a lot of literature. He hadn't read any of it. He hadn't read any of the literature associated with that topic. It was really poor scholarship. But that didn't stop him from giving an academic paper. Titus Kennedy, same thing. He's not a reader. They're not scholars. They may be academics. They might hold PhDs. But to be a scholar is to read. And you never stop.
You don't get
and this is the real reason why, say, I spend like $2,000 a year on society memberships. Is because they keep sending me these things called journals. And from those journals, I get the latest research. And I read it. I read it because it's interesting. But that's what makes me basically the scholar I am, is I read. And I think this is a problem that we don't have enough people reading. Mm-hmm.
So people are.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a big problem in a lot of the modern universities is people have stopped reading. I think that's a terrible thing. And it's students that don't read are going to become teachers that don't read. So, JCM reading? What is this, the 70s? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, with that. But that's what makes someone a scholar. Somebody who reads. And knows the literature. Okay, so anyway, hope that helped. The Vermin the Trash Rat for $1. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, is it not wrong to say, quote, one cannot prove anything to be 100% certain, because that statement cannot be proven to be 100% certain either. Does it not contradict? Explain. Okay. This is logical positivism, essentially in a nutshell. The idea that any rule you've got has to abide by its own rule. Okay? So, if you have a rule and it doesn't abide by its own rule, it's discounted. That's the idea of logical positivism. Well, the problem with logical positivism is it also couldn't abide by its own rule. So, it also was discounted. Okay? So, if you say that one cannot prove anything to be 100% certain, and you apply that same rule to itself, you are entering into that trap of logical positivism. So, so there is going to be a point where that you can't. Now, as a maxim, you can say most of the time one cannot prove something to be 100% certain, and that would probably still be true. But to say one cannot prove anything, that's a universal. That's a universal at that point. Yeah, exactly. So, it's not a contradiction. It's a self-refuting proposition. That's the best way to describe it. This is what's called a self-refuting proposition. So, so it's not strictly a contradiction, but it is, as I said, it's wrong in that respect, that it refutes itself. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. From a trash rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Any updates on your Molinist investigations? No, because I haven't done the reading yet. Okay. I can't read everything. Okay. I have the book. I just haven't read it yet. I've got so many things to read. So much reading, so little time. People ask, what would you want on your if you were deserted, stranded on a desert island? Books. Books. More books. Okay. Have you read the history of horse card theft? Tune in next Tuesday to find out. Oh, by the way, that does remind us. Tuesday is our 5th part of our Assassin's Creed Origin playthrough or live play. We probably won't get through it all, but we're doing a live play of it. Be part 5, and it's Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Okay. Next one here on the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is your view on the Greek Orthodox Church? Okay. My view on Greek Orthodoxy is in many ways the same as just about every other small o Orthodox Christian church. And what I mean by small o here is it follows the historic Christian faith. Okay. There's no such thing as a perfect church. All churches have their problems. All churches have their doctrinal idiosyncrasies. Some of them have basically idiosyncrasies of practice or secondary issues. At the top level, I don't have a big problem with the Greek Orthodox Church, honestly. I think some of the expressions of it can be a little odd. What I mean by that is, like, for example, a Greek Orthodox church in Illinois that I attended once had 3 hours of liturgy leading up to it, and it was all in Greek. And nobody in the audience knew Greek. I mean, it wasn't that this was just an ethnic church. It was that it was a Greek Orthodox church that didn't have any Greek speakers. You know, everyone's on a different page. Some people were holding the booklet upside down, the order service book upside down. You know, it's like, am I actually seeing this? Ooh, okay. So, I think there is some issues with Orthodoxy. But then again, I also think there's issues with every church. Every church has its issues. Every church has its problems. I think the Orthodox Church needs to be more into the Old Testament. It's very focused on the New Testament. It does need to have a little more balance in that regard. Orthodox churches tend to do public readings of the New Testament, but not of the Old. I think that can be problematic. I think there's some issues with icons too. So, you know, I don't think there's a perfect church though. Okay, I think they get a lot right, an awful lot right. Okay? I mean, I would pick. I mean, there's some even say amongst if I was to pick amongst say Christian denominations, you know, Greek Orthodoxy would not be the last denomination I'd pick. There's some denominations out there that I think are much wackier, and I don't use that, you know, to say that mean that the Greek Orthodox are wacky, but there are some that out there that are just strange and aberrant, and the Greek Orthodox Church is not aberrant. So I think that it is the Greek Orthodox Church can be a good choice for some people. I think it could be a very good choice. And I would never discourage anyone from joining the Greek Orthodox Church. But then again, I wouldn't discourage people from joining a good sound evangelical church either, or a good sound Protestant church, or even a good sound Catholic church, although those are much harder to come by. So, mileage will vary. And I think they can be really, really good. They can sometimes be atrocious. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Liverman the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. What is my favorite video game? Least favorite? My favorite video game is Fallout 3 New Vegas. Okay. By far, that's my go-to game for having fun. Okay. Love it. Absolutely love that game. Especially with the Oregon edition to that. That one, I just love that game. Cannot get enough of Fallout New Vegas. I kind of wish the graphics were updated, but I understand too, it's like a 13-year-old game now, so I wouldn't expect them to update it. But love the game, plays super well. Great mechanics. I kind of wish it had bullet drop, but you know, almost no game has bullet drop. So yeah, that's the one thing I wish a lot of these games had. Like the first-person shooter games, I wish they had bullet drop. I've only found one game that really had bullet drop, and I think it was Sniper 4 or something like that had bullet drop. But it's a mechanic that's very rarely put in games. But that's my only criticism of Fallout New Vegas. No bullet drop. Yeah, things we talk about on this channel. Joseph Aggs. adds a comment. Orthodoxy is very ascetic. I'm a catechumen, but the asceticism is a slight issue for me. I don't actually have a whole problem with the asceticism part, if that's what you're called to. But not all Orthodoxy treats this the same either. Okay. I know there are some branches of, say, Orthodoxy that only want single men for the priesthood, but there's other branches of Orthodoxy too that also have, say, insist on married men for the priesthood. So a lot of that's going to depend upon your particular branch. For me, asceticism is neither here nor there. The mysticism can be quite interesting. I will say that. I will say that the some of the mysticism of the Orthodoxy can be quite interesting and quite provocative. And in that respect, I think there's been a lot of good thinkers in Orthodoxy. Good mystics. There's a lot of good mystics in Orthodoxy. So I would actually say much better mystics than you would have, say, in Catholicism. I'll say that. So the quality seems to be higher. Okay, Liam Wellness just put in a non-super chat here, which I thought was interesting. Does the mention of the dromedary in Exodus present a problem for the account? No, not at all. We find now domestication of the dromedary going back to the 3rd millennium BC. Okay, so it's not a problem in Exodus. It's not a problem in Genesis, because Abraham dates to roughly the 18th century BC. So if you've got a dromedary domestication happening in the 3rd millennium, then there's more than enough time for that. So this is one of those objections that you still see kind of circulated of, the Genesis and Exodus can't be true because the camel, it doesn't occur until the 1st millennium, and that was debunked like 20 years ago. No, 30 years ago. 30 years ago was, I think, 1994 was the first article that came out mentioning that the domestication of the dromedary started in the 4th millennium. So it's not a problem. This has been debunked for 30 years. Just again, it just hasn't gotten out here. Darkblade says, I've always found the no camels in Canaan argument weird because the Bible explicitly says Abraham wasn't from Canaan. Well, here's the thing, though, too. We find evidence of camels in Egypt. I mean, the earliest remains of a dromedary is found actually in the Fayum, and it's 4th millennium BC. We've got, say, statuary from, say, the Arabian Peninsula. That's like early 2nd millennium. We've got a reference to a camel in a Ramesside document. So, there's lots and lots of evidence of camel domestication prior to the time of Abraham. So it's one of those things that just keeps people keep recycling, and it's just really awful because it's been debunked for so long. It's just like the message just never got out. Okay. Thomas Perez, dromedary, is that a camel? Yes, it's a camel. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the next one here is from the Trash Rat for $1. Thank you for the super chat. It And he asks, what is a fallacy that, in your perspective, is not often talked about nor frequently known, but should be acknowledged and understood? Okay. That's a hard one to say. I think one that's frequently done. It's probably easier to talk about ones that occur and are sort of explained away, but are not actually done rationally. Is the absence of evidence arguments. Okay, I see these used all the time by historians, and I see them used in both ways. There's two kinds of absence of evidence arguments. And the first one is, well, we have no evidence that this happened, therefore it never happened. You get that one. That one's really common. That one is really common. You see that all the time in historians, archaeologists, all that sort of thing. Like, for example, you'll see or hear historians and archaeologists say, oh, well, we have no evidence for the Exodus, so the Exodus never happened. That's an absence of evidence argument. It's fallacious reasoning, but it's very common. But there's a variant of this argument, too, that's not so common, but you see it as well. And you see the what I'm going to say now is you're going to find that more in biblical studies, which is the absence of evidence that shows the presence of something. Oh, like, for example, you'll see this in, say, a lot of redaction criticism arguments. Well, let's say when we separate the redactors, this redactor, the text of something doesn't appear here, so it must be this. So it must have had this. So, because there's no evidence of something, something must have been there. And you'll see this, for example, when they talk about the narrative of the sacrifice of Isaac, okay, and they start pulling the redactors apart, and they'll say, well, the E source here, the E source doesn't have the sacrifice of Isaac in the text, so the original text must have contained the successful killing of Isaac in the text. And that is an absence of evidence argument, but it's an absence of evidence trying to show a positive. Oh yeah, and Black says, didn't scholars used to think King David didn't exist because of absence of evidence at the time? Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, and that sort of absence of evidence is very common. It's a lot less common to see it used to justify the existence of something else. You often see an absence of evidence used to justify the non-existence of something. Okay? And in some ways, that does make a little bit of intuitive sense, which is why people fall into it all the time. People fall into that absence of evidence of argument, to negate the existence of something based upon the absence of evidence, because you would think that, if you did your work thoroughly and you and analyze the sources all correctly and you still find nothing, then okay. There is an intuition there, admittedly, where it sort of makes sense that if something wasn't there, you wouldn't find anything. The problem is that it doesn't really prove it. It's bad reasoning. It's intuitive reasoning, but it's intuitively and bad reason. Yeah. Well, Darkblade says here, I can turn the former on its head. There's no evidence that this didn't happen, therefore it did. And this is what we find, say, people in biblical studies doing when they do redaction criticism. That's the sort of example that I just gave you with, say, the sacrifice of Isaac, where they pull apart the J, P, E, and D sources eSource doesn't have a sacrifice comment for Isaac. Therefore, Abraham actually kills Isaac on the altar in the eSource. So, yeah, that's also bad reasoning. It's still absence of... Here's the thing. Absence of evidence arguments neither prove something exists or disproves something existed. It's nothing at all. It's not evidence. Not evidence for, it's not evidence against. It's nothing. And I think that's really the problem. Is people treat an absence of evidence like it's evidence. And it's not. It's not evidence of anything. It's not evidence at all. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I love David Hackett Fisher's comment on this, which was, it's not evidence. I mean, it's nothing. It's quite literally nothing. So, yeah, evidence of absence is not absence of absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's nothing. It's not evidence of absence. It's not evidence of presence. It's nothing. And I really think we need to start treating these arguments, these absence of evidence arguments, like they are nothing. Because that's really what they are. Okay, so we've covered that little fallacy. Move on here. All right, next one here is again from the Trash Rat for $1. Thank you again for the super chat. He says, I've heard Christians use biblical passages in order to say that we cannot trust people or nor have confidence in them. Psalm 118:8, Micah 7:5, etc. What are your thoughts and how would you respond? People are pretty unreliable, dude. I hate to break this to you. I mean, we'll just pull up the passages just to take a look at them, but yeah, let's sort of agree here. Psalm 118, verse 8. It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man. Oh, yeah. Yep. Micah 7:5. Do not trust in a neighbor. Do not have confidence in a friend. From her who lies in your bosom, guard your lips. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. I mean, here's the thing. People are going to let you down. You can't trust people. This is why we trust in the Lord, the God that never changes, who's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Hey, look, I mean, you can get somebody out there who will slander you, and all your friends will abandon you. They might even know that it's wrong. That's slander. You can't put your trust in them. You can only put your trust in God. So it's not that you can't trust people with things and stuff and that sort of thing, but when you are relying on them for your future, for your safety, for your security, for your protection, yeah, it ain't gonna happen. So, it's sound counsel from the Bible. That's what I would say. Yeah, unfortunately, it's true. Because men are fallen. Men are sinful. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And I'll tell you what, some of the most distasteful, distrustful, or untrustworthy types I've ever encountered have been within theological circles. Okay? So, I mean, if you can't trust them, yeah, you're not... Good luck. Good luck. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, probably wouldn't, not a happy, feel-good message, but hey, truth is not always that way. Okay, 18 Ministries, the sponsor of our Assassin's Creed playthrough here. For $4.99, thank you for the super chat. Is Paul's allusion to baptism of the dead an example of the tu quoque fallacy? Okay. I have probably butchered the Latin on that, but you know what? I don't care. I don't speak Latin. Okay. So, the tu quoque fallacy is the U2 fallacy. Essentially, the fallacy of by hypocrisy. We did a whole video on this, and we talked about this, which is basically that you refute somebody's, usually a moral claim, based upon that they're doing the same behavior. Okay? Something similar. So, Jane goes, like, meth is bad for you. It's addictive and it'll rot out your teeth. And John goes, didn't you just buy meth? John's pointing out Jane's hypocrisy, but Jane's not wrong. Jane's not wrong. And the claim of hypocrisy fits into a category called fallacies of relevance. It's not relevant to her claim that she's a hypocrite. Okay? So, when it comes to the... she's got an expert taking it because she's hooked on meth. She knows firsthand because she's losing her teeth over it. Because Jane's a wreck. Okay, but in the case of Paul here, Paul is one of the exceptions, and we talked about the exception of the tu quoque, which is when your practice contradicts what you're saying. Not that you're just a hypocrite, but that what you're saying doesn't work. Here's another one. Like, for example, let's say Bob. We'll use Bob here. Bob and Robert. Bob says, you should send your kids to public school because it's good for your kids and good for the community. And Robert says, don't you send your kids to private school? In that particular case, it's a tu quoque argument, but not a fallacy. The reason is because Robert's reply shows that Bob doesn't really believe what he is saying. It's good enough for thee, but not good enough for me. Okay? So, we get Paul's allusion to the baptism of the dead with the Corinthians. Now, the context of this is that there are Corinthians running around and saying, there's no resurrection of the dead. That's what he's combating. So, what we have here is the general argument where the Corinthians say, there's no resurrection of the dead. And Paul says, then why are you baptizing the dead for a resurrection? The implication here is that the baptism of the dead is to prepare the dead for resurrection. Their practice shows that they don't really believe their statements, what they're saying. So it's not an example of tu quoque fallacy, it's an example of a tu quoque argument. Their practice shows they don't really believe what they're saying, and it doesn't really working for them. In the same way as Bob recommending everyone go to public school isn't working for him or his kids. So, I think in this particular case, it's not a fallacy, but it is an argument, and it's a sound argument. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, Egyptians didn't view defilement as contagious. And that is correct. They did not. In the Israelite view of, say, uncleanness, to be unclean is contagious. For example, if you go and you touch a corpse, you're now ritually defiled. And you go and you touch somebody else, you've now made them ritually defiled. Because in Israelite culture, ritual defilement is contagious. Ritual purity isn't. Okay? So if, you go to a priest, yeah. If you go to a priest and you become ritually purified, they purify you, okay? And you go back on the street, newly purified. If you touch a defiled man, you're now defiled again. Because in Israelite culture, in ritual culture, defilement's contagious, purity isn't. In Egyptian circles, you don't see it quite to that extreme. Now there is to some extent where it is. Like, for example, if an ink is defiled, whatever they write with becomes defiled. So it does have some bearing on Egyptian culture, but it's not as extreme. For example, if you touch a corpse in the Egyptian, even though blood is considered to be ritually impure, blood's considered to be ritually impure in Egyptian culture. But if you touch blood, you just go wash your hands off and you're dead. You're good. You're not transmitting. You kill a cow and you touch it, you're not defiled. You're not defiled. But so it's not as strict in any way as, say, ritual defilement laws are in purity culture in ancient Israel. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How do we know the plagues took months? A few things. Okay, the first thing is the plague of blood. When the plague of blood takes place, and it has taken place in Egyptians past before, it tends to take place at the beginning of the Nile inundation. That is about mid-September, roughly around the 16th or 17th of September. Okay? So, that's when the first plague takes place, is around mid-September. Then you've got the destruction of the barley harvest. That takes place in the last few weeks of March. Okay? So you can figure out from that, it's going to take that the whole series of plagues takes place over a time of about 6 months, essentially. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Response to question last week. Unitarians claim the clear verses are baptizing in the name of Jesus are baptizing in Jesus' name. Acts 1 Corinthians 1:13 as the name of the Father, Son, and Spirit. And that Matthew 28:19 is the unclear verse. Okay. There's a strangeness to the argumentation anyway. Okay. That baptismal formulas are just that. They're baptismal formulas. That doesn't disprove the Trinity in any way, because the Trinity is not based upon a baptismal formula to begin with. It's based upon identification of persons and their relation to each other. So things like Acts chapter 5, Isaiah 44:6, even the book of Revelation will discuss the various persons of the Trinity. So the whole idea that you can reduce the scope of the text of the argument to just verses concerning baptism is just not something that's going to make a lot of sense. I mean, even say the baptism of Christ, where you see Father, Son, and Holy Spirit all manifest at once, and all are persons. It's going to be very hard to get around. Be very hard to dodge. So I think this is one of the problems I have with Unitarians in this respect, is because they are narrowing it down to just baptismal formula in the exclusion of all others. It's cherry picking the data. It's cherry picking what you want out of the text. So I don't think it's good methodology. It's certainly not good exegesis. I think they need to do better. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. John the Baptist doesn't get enough credit. He's cool. Yeah, okay, sure. Okay. He is the way. Okay, he's the way. He's the guy that makes the way straight. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, there is that, isn't there? Yeah, that Till the Rocky Ground ministries. Oof. Yeah, a lot of us have those ministries. They're not fun. Okay. But yeah, you're right, he doesn't get enough credit. I'll grant you that. But yeah. Okay. Next one here is also from AT Ministries for $1.99. How did you sort of propose to your wife? Well. I knew that one was going to come up after last week. Oh boy. All right. Well, all right. I had been dating her for about we met at a science fiction convention. The day for about 3 months. And already we were starting to talk about marriage. And I wasn't quite ready yet. So I said, I don't think I would really know for another 3 months. So we go out to the Six Flags theme park. We have a talk. And I said, I like you. We have a lot of fun together. We agree on a lot of the same things. We could definitely make a life together, but I'm not quite ready yet. I need another 3 months. And I asked her, would you wait? And she said, nope, can't guarantee that. Like, okay, sure. Okay, so she can't guarantee that. So I think about it. I go home, I think about it, and pray about it. And, I over that weekend, I come to the firm decision that, hey, I want to marry this woman. Okay? So, we go to church, come back to my place, and I said to her, I really enjoyed our talk the other day. She goes, and she says to me, she's thinking, yeah, 3 months. I said, yeah, I got a really great feeling about us. She goes, yeah, 3 months. She's thinking all the time, 3 months, 3 months. And I said, I think I'd really enjoy, being together. And she goes, yeah, 3 months, 3 months. And I said, will you marry me? And she goes, when you ask. I said, okay, will you marry me, please? And it completely escaped her that I was proposing. She was thinking 3 months. Yep, whatever. So that's how I proposed. So that's the whole story. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministers for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Great stream Tuesday. Make sure you all tune in. Yep, tune in for our Tuesdays Assassin's Creed Origins live play. Oh, last week it was Grand Theft horse carts. Oh, those poor peasants. Killed so many of them. Whoa. Dark Raid, let's vote on 3 months or horse cart. Is joining the channel lore. Like, it can't be both. I think we're gonna have to do an update soon on the channel lore video, because that video is now over a year old, maybe 2 years old now, and we have a lot more lore now on the channel. So we may do a second channel lore video soon. We will probably be doing it after we won't be doing it in the next 2 weeks for sure, but I think we may want to do another one of those very soon, because more things have come up. This is a channel that has a lot of channel lore. So support Horse Cart. Okay, so anyway, it was a great stream. People learned a lot. They also got to see me crash a horse cart into practically everyone. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and thank you for the support of sponsoring that playthrough. Okay. 18 Mysteries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. By the way, I'm trying to make game questions laugh out loud. Well, we are looking forward to it. It has been a lot of fun to do. It's been a lot of fun to play and to explain a lot of the material culture. I mean, it's been an excellent opportunity to explain a lot of things about Egypt that people just wouldn't see normally. So I think that's really cool. All right, next one here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. And he asks, have you read Mike Licona's recent paper on the Chicago Statement? If so, what are your thoughts? I have not read it. I know Licona is an opponent of the Chicago Statement. He does not believe in inerrancy. So, I happen to believe in inerrancy. So, I think, though, the topic of inerrancy is incredibly nuanced. And I've kind of got the thought, I mean, I saw a little bit of his presentation at ETS where he debated on inerrancy. And it sometimes struck me, as I was listening to Licona, that he didn't understand the nuance of the argument. He took a very sort of surface interpretation of inerrancy and just sort of ran with that. So, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of Licona's work, especially when he starts getting into those topics such as inerrancy. But I would have to really sort of dive into more Licona before I really comment on specifics here. So anyway, I haven't seen it, or I haven't read the paper, but I hope that helps give you at least some cursory thoughts on the issue. Okay, Vermin Trash Rat for $1. Thank you again for the super chat. What does Ephesians 3:8-10 mean? My pastor says that we are going to preach to angels in heaven. That just doesn't sound right to me. Please explain. Thank you. Okay. Let's bring up the text. Always helps to bring up the text. Ephesians chapter 3, verses 8-10. And the real core of this is going to be in verse 10, but we'll read it in context here. And it says, verse 8, to me, the very least of all saints, this grace was given to preach to the Gentiles the unfathomable riches of Christ, and to bring to light what is the administration of the mystery for which ages have been hidden in God, who created all things, in order that manifold wisdom of God might now be made known through the church to the rulers and the authorities in the heavenly places. Okay, so does this mean we're going to preach to angels in heaven? The answer to this is no, it doesn't. Okay? But what does it mean? It means that the wisdom of God is going to be exposed to the heavenly powers, the rulers and principalities in heavenly places. Now, these rulers and principalities are not angels. Okay? Angels already know about the power of the mysterion, the mystery of God. Okay? These are those other powers. These are the principalities and powers in dark places. These are your council of gods, your fallen potentates, your primordial gods. These are your dark powers. Okay? So what he's saying here is that the actions of Christians as they are inside the church demonstrates the power of God to those principalities and powers in high places. So we're not going to be preaching to angels in heaven. That's not what this text means. It means that the power of the church going forward and its ability to overcome everything, the world, the devil, the gates of hell. You know, when Christ talks to Peter and he says, "Upon this rock, which is the gospel, I will establish my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." The "it" here is referring back to his church. So what we have here is just reiteration of that statement, and it isn't the passive here. Okay? So it's not an active. Verse 10 is in the passive. So the wisdom of God might now be made known through the church. So be made known. So the church doesn't make it known, but it becomes known. It becomes known to these powers who are observing from the outside. And they're seeing the church march on, ever forward, advancing the kingdom of Christ. They're powerless to stop it. So that's what's going on in this passage. This is in the passive construction. It's about the church moving forward, and because of the success of the church in combating the forces of darkness, the forces of darkness are observing it. They're observing it, and they are learning about the majesty of God, his power and his might through the church. It's a radically different concept than saying we're going to preach to angels. That's not what's going on here. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. From the trash rat again for $1. Another Ephesians question here. He asks, may you provide commentary on Ephesians 6:10 through 12? I've heard that this means we always fight against demons, but the emphasis almost implies a sort of devil made me do it theology. Explain. All right. Ephesians 6, 10 through 11. Okay. And then the text reads, "Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the full armor of God, that you might be able to stand firm against the schemes of the devil. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the worldly forces of this darkness, against spiritual forces of wickedness in the heavenly places." This is going right back to that previous passage we just talked about here. Okay? So, what this is going to be talking about here is you're not fighting demons directly. It's an indirect fight. So, our struggle, for example, like it says, "Be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might." Now, we're told later on in the passage is that we get that strength directly from God. It's not something we build up naturally. And we put on the full armor of God that we may be able to stand firm against the schemes of the devil. So, it's not a direct fight. You're not going toe-to-toe with a demon here. What you're doing is going against his schemes. So, you're taking these guys on indirectly. You're not taking them on. You're not doing a direct fight against. I mean, you're not Gandalf up against the Balrog here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. It's not being. You're not reading. It's not talking about going up. It's not our struggle of the church is within the church is not going toe to toe with the demons, even though that is ultimately who we are struggling against. Now, we're not struggling against flesh and blood or other human beings, but against the plans that these other forces have put in motion. You're going up against their influence. You're going up against their sort of their long-term goals. But you're not going up against, say, the demons directly, at least not normally. It can happen, but it's not normal. What they're taught, what Paul is talking about here is what's a normal spiritual battle. Basically where, like, for example, if you have, say, a predilection to alcohol, a demon may plan to have somebody give you a bottle of whiskey. That could be an issue for you. Now, you're not going up against the demon directly, but the demon has planned for somebody to give you a bottle of alcohol, knowing you have a problem with alcohol. Okay? So that's what you're up against. You're up against schemes here. You're up against plans within plans from demons and forces of darkness in high places. But it's the same. It's this Ephesians 6 is a continuation of what you asked in Ephesians chapter 3, where it's the church that prevails. It's the church that overcomes the darkness. And God working through the church and working through us. So even here, where we're putting on the full armor, it's not an armor of our own making, but it's an armor of God. And we know that all the combat that we do in this is using the power of God through the power of the church. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But it's not always fighting against demons. It's thwarting their plans. Because the fact is that the goal of the demons is to kick the can down the road. Demons know they cannot win against Christ. They've already lost. So they're really just trying to redefine victory to put off the fullness of the Gentiles for as long as possible, to avoid judgment. And the longer they can put that off, the more successful they are. So what we're doing as we put on the full armor of God is we are thwarting their attempts to kick that can down the road, to bring the Gentiles to their fullness and, usher in the coming of the Messiah once again. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from N Black for $5. Thank you for the Super Chat. He says, I was talking with a friend this week about Mormonism. Long story short, can you explain what the actual translation of the Book of Abraham is? Okay. I think people overthink the whole Book of Abraham thing. I can say a few things about it, first of all. The Book of Abraham is one of the extra biblical scriptures that is only recognized by Mormonism, or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The Book of Abraham is not a translation from an Egyptian text. Now, Joseph Smith Jr. had bought a copy of the Book of the Dead and claimed to have translated the Book of Abraham from the Book of the Dead. Okay, that's the claim. The fact is that before the original text of the quote Book of Abraham was destroyed, people had made copies of it. So we know it's a Book of the Dead. A copy of it actually survives in a museum. So, it's no question it's not taught. The original source text is not talking about Abraham at all. That's just Mormon propaganda. So, and Black, so it's just the Book of the Dead? Yeah, it's just the Book of the Dead. That's the original text. Now, what Joseph Smith Jr. actually did was he plagiarized the King James Version of the Bible, specifically the Table of Nations, okay, and parts of Genesis, essentially. But he did it out of basically the King James Bible. This is why I say the Book of Abraham reads very King Jamesy, okay? There's some things, though, that are very fishy about it, too. Like, for example, the Book of Abraham has words that you'd never find in Egyptian. It also has syntax you'd never find in Egyptian. Like, let me give you an example. You'll often see a subordinate clause at the beginning of an independent main sentence in the Book of Abraham. This is a grammatical structure that never existed in Egyptian. We don't find this in Egyptian. So, you can just tell that the source document underneath was never Egyptian. So, and there's as I said, there's King Jamesisms in there. There's things such as intelligence in there, like the word, I think the word intelligence appears in there, and that's not an Egyptian word. I mean, it's just, it mentions, what's it called now? The Book of Abraham also talks about, has anachronisms in it that are really strange for supposedly the time of Abraham. Like, one of the things they claim is that this is a text from the time of Abraham itself. So this is in Mormon theology. The Book of Abraham was not written at a later date, going back to the time of Abraham, but was actually written at the time of Abraham himself. So that's a big portion of the claim. So, when it talks about Pharaoh, in the book of Abraham. Pharaoh was a word that didn't exist at the time of Abraham. It just didn't exist. So it could not have been. So I mean, there's no. I mean, the Egyptian word Pharaoh wasn't coined until the time of Tutmosis III. So there's absolutely no way that word existed in the book of Abraham. If it was really an Egyptian document dating to the time of Abraham. There's other things too, such as it has some Greekisms that you don't find even until the Roman period. So yeah, but Haystack, come on. I mean, you can't even make that claim. You know, it's translated into the scriptural language of that time. It was a Semitic person writing in Egyptian characters. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. You know, you can't make that claim. You know, honestly. You know, I mean, the Mormon scholars know this. He also adds, Kerry Mulstein is a good expert. Yeah, Kerry Mulstein is also biased on this. He works for Brigham Young. He can't say anything else. I mean, I know Mulstein. You know, he has to maintain his good Mormon membership. He's not going to do that by talking smack about the Book of Abraham. Yeah, but here's the thing. You know, Haystack says Kerry Mulstein is a good expert. The Book of Abraham does come from an early days. The fact simile comes from a later date. We see Pharaoh in Genesis, but we don't question that. We don't question that because we know that Genesis was written in the 13th century BC. It's after that time. That's a retrojection. We know that Genesis was not written at the time of the patriarchs. It's written afterwards. But the claim of the Mormon Church is that the Book of Abraham was written at the time of Abraham. So you cannot reconcile that with the grammar and the diction that we have from Joseph Smith's translation. You can't have both claims. Okay? You can't have both claims. You can't have the claim that it was written at the time of Abraham and that we don't question the word Abraham. You can't have them both ways. You can have your cake or you can eat it. You can't have both. So, you know, and if you want to live with that sort of tension, that's fine. Okay? But you can't have both claims at the same time. All right, there was another comment here I saw. Darkblade asks, how did that and Joseph Smith's Egyptian grammar attempt happen? He was 16 when Champollion deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphs. Reading real knowledge of Egyptian should have been more widely known. Yeah, it was. By the time he translated the Book of Abraham, it was already widely known. It was, I believe it was already in the 1840s when he did that. Smith's Egyptian grammar attempt was a shambles. It was an absolute shambles. There's no way it was Egyptian, not in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't even Semitic. So, you know, I don't even buy that it was a Semitic. I mean, if Joseph Smith's grammar is an honest attempt at translation, if it was an honest attempt at translation, let's say we have the claim that it was a Semitic language written in Egyptian. Okay, possible. You know, that's a possibility. If you can show Semitic grammar underneath that, I mean, we can do this with Turkish. You know, Turkish is an Arabic language. It used to have the squiggly Arabic script. They changed it all to Latin script. But you can still tell it's an Arabic language underneath the Latin script. Joseph Smith's grammar attempt doesn't show a Semitic language. It doesn't show an Egyptian language. It shows nonsense. So, it's not a language at all. Maybe an attempt at tomfoolery, but not a language. Oh, it's not even a fan fiction. I mean, it's just really crazy. I mean, I'll be glad to read it. I do have his book on this. Let's see if I can find it here quickly. I'll have to come back another time and do it, but might have to come back later and look. But yeah, I can't find it at the moment. I do have his grammar somewhere. I have it. I did download it. But yeah, it just doesn't. It does not read like you would expect a rational. I have to find it later. I mean, it talks about like this letter is in the, and this stroke is in the third order of the fifth order, and it reads more like a mathematical, almost a mathematical thing, but there's no mathematical there. So I mean, it's just a bizarre, absolutely bizarre piece of writing. So I know Mormons are really, really attached to Joseph Smith Jr. Okay, I get that. But the claims don't make sense. So, unfortunately, but as an Egyptologist, I'm an Egyptologist. I know Semitic languages too. I mean, I read Hebrew. I read Akkadian. Not well, but I read it. Okay? I'm familiar with some Ugaritic, some Hittite. I know Greek. Understand 4 dialects of Egyptian. So, this is not a personal opinion. But it is just that, we should be able, if this is a real attempt at a language, that it should make sense as a real language. There's no way, reading the Book of the Dead, Joseph Smith could have gotten the Book of Abraham. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Okay? So, go on the next super chat here. Super chat here is from just read the Trash Rat and Black's first one here. So the next one here from N Black is for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, also been catching up on your Assassin's Creed through though, and have a question. Are time machines period? Just kidding. Please promote a non-super chat. Okay, there is actually one that caught my attention much earlier here. See if I can find it here. Yes, there is one that I thought was kind of interesting. Timestamp on that. Find the timestamp too. 9, 12. Still. Yeah, this is why we want you to actually retype in the ones you sponsor, because otherwise we a little difficulty finding it. Okay. Write down the wrong timestamp. 10, line 11. Hope it's not the one we lost. Oh, that would kind of suck. It's actually the one on the what was it, the who was Bathsheba's father? Yeah, but I think we might have lost that one. Okay. I don't remember who asked it. We yeah, but we had some technical difficulties before it. Okay. There was a question over who was Bathsheba's father, and it's a really interesting question, and I don't want to lose that one because, yeah, it looks like we lost it. But what happens is there was two texts, one in 2 Samuel and one in 1 Chronicles on who was Bathsheba's father. And let me see if I can find it that way. Okay, we'll do it. We'll try to do it this way. Okay, so we got the first text, which is 2 Samuel 11:3. Okay, and it says here that the daughter is not Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam. Okay, we got Eliam. Then we got a second one here in Chronicles. Now is this First Chronicles 4. Again. Amiel. Let's see if we can. Nope. Can't seem to find the other passage of Bathsheba's father. Where was it? Yeah, when we lose a one like this, yeah, there's two texts, and I can't really answer the question without that second text. Which is really a bummer because it is good. Here it is. Okay, First Chronicles 3:5. Okay, so we got two passages. 1 Samuel 11:3 and 1 Chronicles 3:5. And they ascribe different names to her father. Okay? In the first one, it's Amiel, and in the second one, it's Eliam, and the second one it is Amiel, as in she's seen here in 1 Chronicles 3:5. Now the question is, which one is this? And this is when you find out what's going on here. This is really cool. Okay. Now I'm gonna write them out in Hebrew. Okay, so I'll do the first one here. The first one here is so in 2 Samuel 3, it is L E and what I'm going to do is for the final name, I'm not going to use a final name form as in the Aramaic. I'm just going to use, say, the non-final form, because it's easier to see if I use the non-final form. So I know this is not the final name, but it just makes it illustrating it easier. Okay. And then we have the 1 Chronicles spelling of the name of her father. 1 Chronicles 3:5. Okay. So we've got E. Alrighty. So I'm gonna flash this up on the screen here, and then hopefully you'll start to see the magic. Okay. So here we have the two names in Hebrew. Okay. Now you'll notice something here very, very interesting. Okay. I'll use a red marker for this. Okay. I'm gonna highlight L in red in both names. L being the word for God. And in blue here, we're going to mark the ayin and the mem, which means people. You're going to notice something very interesting is they switch positions. Just like this. Okay. So, what's happened here is something called metathesis. So what's interesting about this, really, really interesting, what this shows us is the scribe who's copying this text is reading the exact same text. The exact same name, but one of them switches it. One of them does a dyslexic thing and switches the order of the name. When you look at the original text, you can see that both names were the same originally, but in transcription, it was switched. So at some point, some scribe, when they wrote it down or wrote the copy, did metathesis. They switched it. Now, which one's the correct one? We don't know. We don't know which one's correct. But we can be absolutely confident that both came from one original name, not two. So it's not a contradiction. It's a copyist error. So, really cool, especially when you see it. When you see this, and you can go, ooh, I recognize what's happening here. This is metathesis. This is a copyist error. Okay? So you know, I hope that helped. I don't know who asked that question. It was a really cool question. Yeah, I mean, it's a really cool question. But it's not a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. It's a copyist error in one of the texts, and we can figure out just by looking at the Hebrew that it's a copyist error. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for the question that we lost, but I'm glad we could actually still answer. Okay, so let's get back to the next one here. All right, the next one here is from 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, what's a worthless receipt or note from your book? Okay, he's talking here about the receipts that were done at Deir el-Medina. Now, Deir el-Medina was a workman's village. They made funerary, they basically made the tombs of the nobles. Okay? So they also made, they made the tombs of the kings in King's Valley, a Valley of the Kings. So they were the guys that were responsible for building tombs like King Tut's tomb, Romsy II's tomb, but also the tombs of, say, regular princes and hereditary governors. Okay? But they would also make tombs for one another. So one of the perks of being a craftsman at Deir el-Medina was you had access to the same sorts of goods and services that kings would have in making their tombs. Now, they couldn't make them out of the same materials as the kings, but they made themselves lavish burials. Now, they couldn't afford a lavish burial. So what they would do is, if you needed a coffin, you'd go to the coffin maker, okay? And you didn't have the money to pay him. And the coffin maker goes, oh, that's okay. I'm just going to keep a receipt. I'm going to make a receipt that I made you a coffin. Okay. So you took your coffin, and, the coffin maker got a receipt. At some point later on, coffin maker is going to go, you know what? I better start planning my funeral too. I need shabby figures. Hey, that guy who I made a coffin, I know he makes shabties. So he'd go to the shabty maker and he goes, hey, Mr. Shabby Maker, I made you that coffin. Remember, I got this receipt. I figure that should be worth at least 50 shabty. And then if he would cancel out the receipt if he got 50 shabty in return. It was a way of keeping score. It was like a bar tab. Like a bar tab. You're running up a debt. And instead of actually paying everything out with money that nobody had, there was this trade in these receipts. You wanted to buy something? Well, you know what you could do? You could even give the receipt of another person to somebody. Okay. Just like a promissory note. It's a promissory note to pay back someday. Which ultimately nobody ever did, because nobody ever had any money. So as long as the person was still alive, people would pass around these promissory notes. So in a respect, it was a way of keeping score. It was making sure that nobody took too much advantage of the generosity of the community. But in black set, so basically a form of paper currency. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking of it. It's a kind of paper currency. So it was a way of people keeping track of debts, who owes who. Of course, when the person died, those receipts became worthless. And that's what we mean by when I said in the book they're worthless notes. Because ultimately, when the person died, that note ceased to be of any value. Darkblade, imagine holding a promissory note for an Israelite shortly before the Exodus. That's a guarantee of never being repaid. Yeah. Mama, I had to tell my 10-year-old that Jonah was actually dead. Well, I'm glad you did. I hope it didn't traumatize her. I'm just saying. Okay. All right, so next one here is from Aswir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, does Narc 10.6 teach young earth creationism? Well, let's pull up our Bible. At Mark. And verse 6. Okay. We'll start at verse 5 here. But Jesus said to them, because of the hardness of your heart, you wrote this commandment. But from the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. For this cause, a man shall leave his father and mother, and the two shall become one flesh. Consequently, they are no longer two, but one flesh. Okay. Is it teaching young earth creationism? No, it's not. Okay. You have to read that into the text to make it into young earth creationism. Okay. What it is teaching is the sanctity of marriage. That's what it's teaching. The foundation of marriage. So, not to do too fine a point on this, but a lot of that kind of exegesis is reading something that you want into the text. It's eisegesis. So, no, it doesn't teach young earth creationism. But it does teach the foundation of marriage. And to go beyond that is to do the error of eisegesis. And eisegesis is almost always a mistake. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Jack Ray gifted 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. It's very helpful, and it keeps food on our table. We're so happy that you are supporting our channel. Okay, the next one here. Is from Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. TikTok time to rock. Yeah, we're finally at the beginning of the live stream. We're caught up finally. Woo! Addison Weir for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Bunny, my dad no longer loves me and is putting me up for adoption. Dr. Falk, that's not what I said. I said you can't have a second dinner. Bunny, that's the same thing. Oh, yeah. That's totally how bunnies react. Totally how they react. Yeah, that is definitely a rabbit thing to do. You haven't fed me. I just fed you 5 minutes ago. I'm starving. Dad's abusing me. He only gave me 3 treats. Because you're going to get fat. And bunnies do get fat. You got a bunny? Oh yeah, I so got a bunny. There's the picture of the bunny. We got stickers of her too on the channel, so yeah, she's adorable, but she is a handful. Oh, the manipulation worth it. They are too cute. Oh yeah, they're sweet. They're really sweet animals, but wow, they do know how to manipulate you. Okay. Next super chat here is from JP for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, how common was child sacrifice in Mesopotamia? Was something like Abraham and Isaac's story somewhat common, or at least not surprising? There's things about the story that's definitely has a Mesopotamian feel to it. The child sacrifice we don't find so common in Mesopotamian literature. But there are aspects of that story we do find. When the royal tombs at Ur were uncovered or were excavated, one of the things that was found was a lyre. Okay? Now, a lyre is a musical instrument. It's a stringed musical instrument. But what made this lyre so special is it has a metalwork motif on it of a ram caught in a thicket. I mean, it's really uncanny. I mean, when Sir Leonard Woolley found this and excavated this, he went, "Oh my gosh, this is the Abraham story. This is the Abraham story of a ram caught in the thicket." And you can see the ram, and it's got its legs, and the thicket is wrapped around it. I mean, it is that. It is absolutely that. It was found at Ur of Sumer. Okay, so it's not Abraham's Ur, it's the one to the south. Abraham's Ur is in northern Mesopotamia in a place called Urkesh. This was found in Ur of Sumer, which is almost at the mouth of the Euphrates and Tigris. So, yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. You look at it, I mean, it's beautifully decorated. I mean, it's gold, and it's got like these blue inlays in it. Just gorgeous. It means a gorgeous instrument. So, so there is aspects of the Abraham story that we do find in Mesopotamian material culture. We just don't find the child sacrifice in Mesopotamian culture. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much, super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama asked, "Are there photos available?" Yeah, I think I may even have one myself. I can't really bring it up here because it would take too much time to find. But yeah, there are photographs available. It's in the British Museum. It's in the British Museum, and you can find it all over the place. So, Big Destiny for $10. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, "Hey, Dr. Falk, I've been struggling a lot with the idea of thoughts of being sinful in Matthew 5. It feels impossible to get through with thoughts of scrolling through my mind. Any advice? Thanks." Look, we all struggle with sin. You know, struggling with sin is part of human nature. We are fallen beings. We've all sinned. We all fallen short of the glory of God. And we all need to fall on the grace of Jesus Christ. And, because of that, I mean, the fact is that Matthew 5 is really there to point out that none of us is perfect. We're all sinful. We all fall short, and we all need a savior. And the fact is that the idea that we struggle with sin isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. I think one of the few things I'm more concerned about the people who never think they sin than those who understand that they are sinful. One of the marks of spiritual maturity is the ever-growing dissatisfaction with your spiritual progress. The whole idea of spiritual maturity is growing dependence upon Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of human maturity. In human maturity, you become less dependent on your parents, less dependent upon support structures. You're more and more independent. Maturity in Christ is sort of the opposite. The maturity in Christ is you become more dependent on God, more dependent on Christ, more dependent upon forgiveness for sins. You're constantly saying, I screwed up again. Screwed up again. I screwed up again. So, the thought that you're sinful is not a bad thing. Now, if it becomes obsessive, you might have to take that to Christ and say, hey, I need help. And Christ is faithful and trustworthy to give you that help. He's there to help you through your sin. So that's what Christ wants us to do. He wants us to live victorious in him through the power of God. You can't do it. You can't do it on your own power. That's the one mistake people try to make, is they try to quell those thoughts of being sinful, the acts of sin through the power of human will. We won't make it. You'll just exhaust yourself. I mean, even if you're successful, you'll just exhaust yourself. It's not a situation that you can just keep doing. Yeah. My producer here points out the whole the Ben Franklin thing where he tried to eliminate one bad habit a week, and he was fine the first week. By the time he was done the second week, the first bad habit came back. We can't do this on our own. We need the power of God. We need the power of God to rehabilitate us from our sin, to cleanse us from all unrighteousness, and to just, we just have to be cognizant, though, of the fact that we are inherently sinful. And we need that perpetual grace from God, that everlasting loving kindness and mercy and grace from God, because we just can't do it on our own. And it's a mistake to think that we can. So, yeah, I like Mama's comment here. And we can't out-sin his ability to help us and forgive us. Absolutely. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. We'll pray for you, and you pray to God too. Get plugged into him. Because, our power comes from him and the Holy Spirit. That's what gets us through this. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. And again, we'll be praying for you. Okay, another 10 memberships from Jack Ray. Thank you again for supporting the channel in that way. We really appreciate it, and it really does help. Okay, JP again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Can you compare and contrast Israelite monarchy with other ancient Near Eastern and medieval monarchies? It was actually pretty similar when you really look at it. It's very similar to other monarchies. Now, there is one critical difference between the Israelite monarchy and, say, the monarchies of, say, Mesopotamia and Egypt. And that is that the Israelite monarchy and the Israelite religion are separate. There's a separation of state and church, or the temple in Israel. Okay? The right separation of church and temple. Okay? In other ancient Near Eastern cultures, there wasn't that separation. The cult of the state was the cult of the kingdom. So, Alexis, they did it first. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, they did. Well, this is also why, for example, say the Israelite monarchy kept running into trouble with priests and prophets. Because there was that separation. Prophets and priests in Israel felt free to criticize the monarchy when it went against the interests of, say, of Yahweh's temple and cult. So, you didn't get that criticism elsewhere in the ancient Near East because there wasn't that separation. In Egypt, the priesthood didn't criticize the king because the king was the high priest of every cult in Egypt. In Mesopotamia, the local cults were, controlled directly by the local monarchs. So again, the priests in Mesopotamia did not criticize the government. Israel, not so much. Not so much. So that's the big difference. But in many ways, they were same. Okay? In Israelite monarchy, as in other monarchies, kings collected a lot of gold, a lot of treaty wives, a lot of horses. Israelite monarchs weren't supposed to do this, but they did it anyway. So, Israelite monarchs were not supposed to accumulate much gold, wives, or horses. But they did it anyway. Because other kings did it. So, in some ways, the Israelite monarchy was very much like other ancient Near Eastern monarchies. In some ways, it was different too. The principal difference was that separation of the temple and the monarchy. But in other ways, it was almost exactly the same. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, next in here, we got one from Harry Stark, member's question. He says, is Judas in hell as depicted in the Divine Comedy? Been a long time since I've read Dante, so I don't remember the depiction of Judas in hell as depicted in the Divine Comedy. However, Judas is in hell. Okay. Because we were told that that Christ all were saved by him except for the one that was prophesied for perdition. In this case, that would have been Judas. So we do know that Judas was not saved. But there have been some people who have said, especially Universalists, that said, will say that Judas was ultimately redeemed. But there's no evidence from that from Scripture. Scripture is pretty clear on this, that Judas did not make it. Okay? So anyway, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, JP for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Christine Hayes' Old Testament lectures? Haven't watched them. I'm aware of them, but I just haven't watched them. So I can't comment on them further than that. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. As Christians, are we still required to keep the Sabbath? No. Okay. Now, I'm going to qualify that. I think it's a good idea to keep a Sabbath. I think Christians should keep a Sabbath because it's healthy to keep a Sabbath. Are you required to keep a Sabbath? The answer is, as a matter of law, the answer to that is no. Okay? Now, here's what we have to go on. The Sabbath is part of what's called the sacrificial law. It's the part of the Old Covenant that covers things such as temple rituals, kosher laws, wearing of mixed fabrics. It's the part of the law that is for ceremony and for rituals unto the temple of the Lord, or the tabernacle. Okay? So this includes dietary laws and all that as well. All of that is under the catch bucket of the Sabbath. And the Sabbath is the one commandment that is the sign of the Old Covenant. So, if you want to prove you're keeping the Old Covenant, the way you did it back before Christ was to keep the Sabbath. Now, with Christ and the New Covenant, the Sabbath and this whole sacrificial law is fulfilled in the sacrifice of Christ. Christ completes that sacrifice. So then, in that particular case then, Christ is the Lord of the Sabbath. He fulfills all those sacrificial, ceremonial, ritual requirements. So then, are we then still required to keep the Sabbath? And the Apostle Paul is very clear on this, which is no. He mentions in I think it's in Corinthians, where he says, "Let no man judge you pertaining to a Sabbath, festival, new moon, etc." Okay? So, we don't need to keep the Sabbath. It's not required. Doesn't mean it isn't a good idea, though. Okay? So, it's a good idea. I think you should do it. I don't think it has to be on the original Sabbath, which is a Saturday. So, essentially, sunset Friday to sunset Saturday. That's the original definition of the Sabbath. You don't have to keep that. My Sabbath is not on a Saturday. But, I think it's a good idea to keep one anyway. All right? So, we're not required to, but it is a good idea. Okay. So, anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Hey, JP again for $5. Thank you for the question. And he goes, how does Sheol connect to heaven and hell? Was it a waiting place before Christ? 1 Peter 4:6. Was it Abraham's bosom? Luke 16:22. Okay. Yes. It was both. Okay. It was both a waiting place and it's basically, Sheol is the Hebrew word for the grave. It's more or less a waiting room. You're waiting around to figure out where you're going to end up. Now, it wasn't intermingled. It was a segregated waiting room. As in according to Luke 16:22, where you had, say, the nice half of the waiting room, where, you got cold drinks, good entertainment, electricity for your computer. It was a nice waiting room. Okay. The other half of the waiting room was it's more like the public part of the airport. Yeah. So think about it like this. Sheol it's kind of like an airport. It's kind of like an airport. Okay. You get the special lounge for first class people. Okay, where you can go have a beer and a buffet and, listen to nice music and watch television while you wait for your flight. Alexis, they got the Wi-Fi password in Abraham's bosom. Yep, sure do. In the other half, well, it's more like you're waiting in the men's bathroom for your flight. Okay. So you can have the first class lounge, or you can have the men's bathroom. So that's kind of what Sheol was like. Okay. Now, when Christ rose again from the dead, those people in the first class lounge of Sheol, they got immediately connected to their flight. And they left. Okay? The other guys who are waiting in the men's bathroom are still there. Still waiting. They're waiting there until, well, they're going to go someplace even worse. Okay? So, that's the difference between, say, that's what Sheol is like. As I said, it's a dual compartment waiting room. And one half was really nice. The other half, not so much. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And, that's what it was like. It was basically a dual compartment deal, and good for some, not so good for others. Okay, what we got here? TTN Factions for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is there anything in Egyptian findings that backs up the first 5 books of the Torah? Oh, yeah. Tons of stuff. Where do we even begin with this one? Oh my gosh. There is so much in Egypt that confirms backs up the first 5 books. Okay. Let's just start with the Joseph narrative. Okay. Just the Joseph narrative alone. Okay. He goes to Egypt. Okay, fine. It's the dream book. Where, he talks about basically a dream interpretation that we find in the dream book, which is Egyptian Papyrus Chester B83. That squeezing of the grapes into the cup. That's a dream that's found in the dream book. The honors he's given, where he's given a chain of gold, we find that that's like the Egyptian equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor. Lots of scribes, viziers, etc. have earned that, and that's like the highest honor, and they wore that with pride. He was given special clothes. We know that the vizier had a special uniform that, you just couldn't get off the rack. It came from the king himself. He wore a signet ring, basically the seal stamp of the king. We do know these existed. There were these seal bearers. Okay, so he rode on a chariot. Egyptians had chariots. So that just covers Joseph. Just him. But we get to the Exodus portion, there are places mentioned in the Exodus that are, found in Egypt, like Ramses, the city of Ramses, city of Pithom, city of Pihahirot, Baal-Zephon, Goshen. These are all places mentioned in the Torah that are found in Egyptian documents. Some of these places have been excavated. It's just crazy how much we have. The birthing bricks of the midwives, we found some of those. We found the fact that, the bread bowls were basically carried on shoulders, because bread bowls are tall cylindrical objects. That's something we find we have pictures of people carrying cylindrical objects in the shoulders, shawls on the shoulders. I mean, we're just basically touching the iceberg here. There's loan words, such as sesh, Egyptian linen, mufkat, turquoise. It just goes on and on and on and on. We find a papyrus like the papyrus of Ipuwer and the Nefertiti, where it talks about some of these plagues that hit Egypt, like the water turning to blood, the darkening of the sun. These were things that happened in Egypt's past. So, Alexis asks, were the birthing bricks for the legs to push on? No, they weren't. The birthing bricks were used to stand on. So basically what the birthing bricks did was they gave the woman another 3 inches of height. Okay? So she would stand on these 2 bricks. And midwives, they came in pairs. Okay? Midwives worked in pairs. This is why, like, when we see the 2 midwives, Shifra and Puah, they're a pair. They're a pair of midwives. And Egyptian midwives worked in pairs. Now, they served different functions. One midwife had clappers, and we find a bunch of these too. They're ivory clappers. And they basically, what one midwife would do would be clap the clappers together, and they would try to make a beat. Get a beat going so the woman giving birth can time her breathing, essentially. Okay? The other midwife was there to catch the kid, essentially. Because what would happen is the pregnant woman would stand on the 2 bricks with her legs apart and let gravity do its thing. Okay? So it was a gravity-assisted birth process. And it was much more sensible. Yeah, incredibly more sensible. And basically, the other midwife, the one who wasn't doing the clapping, she was there to catch the baby. Darkblade asks the further question. Is what Genesis 47:22 says about priests' money source historically accurate? Let's just pull that up and let's just find out. Genesis 47:22. Okay. This is talking about the land here that was bought up during the famine. It says in verse 22, only the land of the priests he did not buy. The priests had an allotment from Pharaoh. And they lived off the allotment which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore, they did not sell their land. Okay. Now, to correct your question a little bit here, there wasn't any money in Egypt. Okay, it was a barter society. So, but priests did have an allotment of land, and that it does appear that was not bought by the Hyksos. Now, we do have excellent evidence that it was. The rest of the land had been purchased. Because one of the things that Ahmose the First promised his soldiers was an allotment of land. So, in the conquest of the Hyksos dynasty, Dynasty 17 promised its men a piece of land. Because it had been all purchased away. So, well, they did live off the land. I mean, that much is true. The priests would get their allotment, and they usually got it in grain. Grain offerings, bread offerings, sometimes meat offerings. Basically, priests would that land would be used to give sacrifices to the gods, and then once the sacrifices were made, that grain, those sacrifices were collected and distributed to the priests. Okay. So, yeah, that allotment is just, I mean, that's just anything prescribed. So, yeah, it's not a fixed allowance as such, but it's whatever they got that was distributed from the temple to the priests. Okay. So they didn't get an allowance in money, but they did get a portion of the offerings that was given or that was collected for temple use. So let's get back here to super chats. Okay. Last one. This one here is from the Bible Exegete. A member question. He asks, are there good PhD schools that major in Egyptology and minor in biblical studies, or the other way around? Also, what New Kingdom dictionary would you recommend? Okay. Schools are either going to be really good at Egyptology or biblical studies, but not both. Okay. So, if you want a good major in Egyptology, you go to a school that's good in Egyptology. You want one that's good in biblical studies, you go to one that does biblical studies well. Harvard, Chicago, I'd stay away from Harvard. Harvard is incredibly overrated. Harvard has an Egyptology program with no Egyptologist, which is really astounding. Harvard has a large Egyptology endowment, but they haven't hired anyone in decades. Harvard has a good law school. Harvard's theological school is crap. It's a joke. I mean, Harvard is terrible for both Egyptology and biblical studies. No, I mean it's biblical, it's theology, it's seminary. It has a seminary, Harvard Divinity School. It's considered to be ultra woke, trendy. It's ridiculously easy to get into. I think they require a C- average. It has the lowest bar of any Harvard school. Okay? And that's because its reputation is so bad that you have to have your head screwed on in just a really bizarre way to even consider Harvard. Yeah. Yeah, you basically have to be taken in by the name Harvard and not understand what you're getting into to go to Harvard Divinity School. Yeah, Harvard had a lot of scandals regarding that. The Chicago. Now, Chicago's different. Chicago does have a very good PhD program, but it tends to over matriculate. Okay. So what happens in the PhD program is you get no funding for the first 3 years. So there's no funding when you do a PhD at Chicago. And they have matriculated 3 times the number of students that they can handle. The idea is that 2/3 of those students are going to drop out by year 3. So by the time you're doing your comprehensive exams, in which case you might have never even seen your advisor even once, you have run out of money. You have either found a niche that you could sort of squeeze into, or you're going to be gone. So Chicago is a really vicious, and it takes on average 9 years to earn a PhD at Chicago. So you'll be in so much debt you'll never see the end of it. You'll never see the end of it, and it's not good, not good. So I would not recommend Chicago, unless it's a really last resort, or you have funding. If you've got external funding, if you've got 3 years of external funding, yeah, go for it. Yeah. We'll see one thing about Chicago PhDs, though. They're incredibly specialized. If you go to Chicago, you might study mud huts. And by God, you're going to know everything there is to know about mud huts. But you're only going to know about mud huts. You won't know anything about anything else. But oh boy, you will know your mud huts really well. Okay. Oxford I also would not recommend. Oxford is not a great place anymore for academic studies. Oxford is really a finishing school for the British elite. That's really what it is. So I wouldn't recommend Oxford anymore either. Serious research in England now has all been taken over by the red brick universities. Oxford is just drifting on past glories. So I think you can probably still get a decent Egyptology degree at Oxford, but it's not what it used to be. I'll say that. Okay, and as far as the second question goes, what New Kingdom dictionary would you recommend? I would recommend the one by Lesko for Late Egyptian. It's really the only one for Late Egyptian. And then when you're talking about New Kingdom Egyptian, you're really talking Late Egyptian. So Lesko's second edition. Don't get the first edition. Too many errors in the first edition. Get the second edition. It's pretty good. It's not a great critical dictionary. It's more like a word list, but it's the only thing in town for Late Egyptian. So there's really no other option there. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Brandon, the Casual Gamer YT for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. How credible is Israel Finkelstein's work in the world of archaeology? I haven't seen it. I've read, though, some of Finkelstein's work. Don't care for it. He's desperately trying to keep his hold on biblical minimalism, and it's just it's started to get desperate. It's very interesting when you look at his reputation abroad versus how it is in Israel. In Israel, no one takes him seriously. It's his home country, but nobody takes us seriously. He's really only a celebrity here in North America. And he's only a celebrity here because of his skepticism, his minimalism. That's what got him traction amongst American academics. But Juan asks, "Do you disagree with his Bible Unearthed?" Oh yeah, that's a book that did not age well. That book did not age well. Um, um, Mouthwash. Haaretz keeps platforming him though. Yeah, but Haaretz is kind of a trash rag. I mean, it's I mean, it's not much different than a British tabloid anymore, honestly. So, um, yeah, yeah. Mouthwash gets it right here. Although Haaretz isn't really an Israeli newspaper, just masquerades as one. Yeah, I mean, it's more in common with a British tabloid than it is with a newspaper. So, I mean, serious journalism doesn't go to the Haaretz. So, um, but in Israel, he's Finkelstein's not taken seriously. And by the way, I heard that from Bill Deaver. so, so take that for what it's worth. It was Bill Deaver who told me that. Okay, let's get back to this. Next question here is from. Wait, who's Bill? You don't know who Bill is? Bill Deaver? Oh man. Oh boy, I got some stories about Bill Deaver. Bill Deaver used to be a biblical minimalist himself. He's kind of now drifted to the middle. He was one of the. He's still alive. He's still alive. He's still doing conferences. Whenever I see him at a conference, I'll have coffee with him. But he was in that same sort of league as Tommy Thompson, Lemke, Philip Davies. The radical biblical minimalist skeptics of the 1970s. And Bill Deaver has changed his views. He's no longer nearly as skeptical as he once was. Not even close. But some habits die hard. Okay. Travis Garrett for $5. Thank you for the super chat. 1 Samuel 12:11. Why would the Masoretic text render Samson as Samuel, but retain Jerubbaal rather than Gideon? Wasn't this to remove pagan theophoric roots? Okay, let's pull this up here. First Samuel 12:11. Then the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Badan and Jephthah and Samuel. And yep, that is in the Masoretic text. And delivered you from the hands of your enemies all around so that you lived in security. Now, I'm going to just do a comparison here to the Septuagint. Let's see what the Septuagint says here. Septuagint also says, looks like it says Samuel. And it says Samuel there too. Yeah, it could be a way of purging. The fact that Samson is a pagan deity. Based on a pagan deity, that could be a way of doing the theophoric roots. I'd like to see one of the things I'd like to see before I make further comments on this is more if there's anything from the Dead Sea Scrolls on this. It would just take me too long to look this up though. So But I would probably want to look at this in the Dead Sea Scrolls and see if this is something that's consistent to the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, or if it also goes into other, say, texts as well. But it could possibly be to remove a theophoric root. As that wouldn't be uncommon. That wouldn't be uncommon in Israelite literature. A lot of the names, for example, in the Torah, have been sanitized that way. There's a lot of names that were theophoric in the Pentateuch that have been sort of changed to Travis Garrett. Could it be that Jeroboam is more of a nickname? Oh, it is a nickname. It is a nickname. It's not a flattering nickname to Baal. Okay. It means let Baal contend with him. Let Baal deal with him. And Gideon was named this because he destroyed a bunch of idols. And the villagers got real angry, and came up to Gideon's father and say, "Hey, control your son. You know, your unruly son is destroying our idols." And his father just says, Jeroboam. He basically says, he's a grown-up. Let Baal deal with him. It's a I don't give a crap dad move. That's what it is. I don't want to deal with this. Jeroboam. Yeah. 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 I mean, we Dark Bay Lester Graba actually says it means let Baal be great in one work, and that the biblical text presents a nonsensical folk etymology. Thoughts. My thought is Lester Graba is a minimalist. Okay. You know, he's drunk the critical Kool-Aid in ways that are just has rotted his brain. You know, there's a lot of things that Graba says that I think are nuts. Yeah, tell us how you really feel about Lester Graba. I mean, we've got the narrative from Judges, you know, and we do know that there are tweaks to these names, and they're tweaks in such a way that, you know, like for example, Jacob. Okay, you know, Jacob has multiple meanings based upon, you know, the context and all that. So, and this is true of a lot of Semitic words. Semitic words do double duty. So it's not enough to say, oh, it just means the Lord is great, and we're just going to present a nonsensical folk etymology. No, this is a real etymology. It's just part of the lexical range. Lester. So. So, I mean, we just know this. Like, for example, Jacob can mean both, you know, have kind of a trickster etymology, but it can also mean helper. You know, so, you know, it depends upon context, you know, how these names are assigned. It's not just one reason why they're assigned these ways. You know, there's play on words, double entendres, you know. And sometimes, too, it's also just the author of the text tweaking it for pedagogical purposes. Okay? The Israelites were not beyond tweaking names to prove points. Okay? Like, for example, Abigail's husband, Nabal. Okay? Nabal means fool. It means fool. Nobody names their kid or themselves Nabal. Okay? That is the author of the text telling us how he really feels about this guy. Now, in all likelihood, Nabal had a Baal name originally. Okay? But it was tweaked by somebody to make a point. And they did this all over the place. Was it Ruth's original 2 children, the ones that died in Moab, were named Sickness and Misfortune. Nobody names their children Sickness and Misfortune. When the Seleucids invaded Israel, Antiochus IV Epiphanes was renamed by good Israelites, renamed him Antiochus Epimanes. Antiochus Madman. So they would make these play on names. Again, as a teaching point. So Graba here doesn't understand that the ancient Israelites had authorial virtuosity. This is what we would call it, is the writer's virtuosity. The ability to play on words, play on grammar, to express things in certain ways that, tweak the text. Oh, no, oh, absolutely. They're not clever writers in the slightest. These people have never written anything more than academic-y since they left high school. Yeah. I mean, I understand this. I understand this very well because I write fiction myself. I write fiction and nonfiction. So, as a fiction writer, you understand things such as simile, metaphor, onomatopoeia, alliteration, rhetoric, puns. It's funny. These are literary devices. Literary devices are used to communicate in very subtle, specific ways. And these naming conventions in the biblical text are no less literature. I hate to really keep saying this, and it bothers me when I get these over-literal biblical scholars that could never tear themselves away from their fundamentalist roots. And you just keep wanting to grab them by the collar and say, it's literature. Literature has symbolism, metaphor, idiom, simile, amphibole, double entendre, allusions to sexuality. Just come on, people. Throw the F up. It's literature. Yes, it's got components of history, poetics, prophecy, apocalyptic, temple dedication inscriptions. All of these genres are baked into the wider category of Literature. Okay, let's move on.
Let's move.
Yeah, it's 11:30. Let's move on here. I mean, it just drives me nuts sometimes. It's like, guys, did you never take a literature class ever? Wow. Just wow. Moving on. Hit that one already, so we're going. Okay, next one here is from Mouthwash. For $2, thank you very much for the super chat. What's your take on the recent Jerusalem dating? I heard about it, haven't read the paper. From what I understand, it's a kind of a broad survey of carbon-14 dates across the site of Jerusalem. I'd have to really look at the paper itself. I saw the news article. There's some. I have some concerns over its methodology. From the looks of it, it seems like a scattershot approach. And I'm not really always a fan of that, especially when you're dealing with carbon-14 stuff. But I'd have to look at this in more detail to really get a sense of where they're going with this. So I can't comment any further on it. I don't know what the results were. All right. So sorry about that, but I'd have to actually find the paper and read it. But thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Sorry couldn't be more helpful there. Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is self-deleting an unforgivable sin? Can't repent? No. It's not. Okay. Even though the Catholic Church has for many years taught this, the Roman Catholic Church has taught that self-deleting is an unforgivable sin. There's no such thing as an unforgivable sin. Okay? Except against the Holy Spirit. That's something very specific too. That's something very, very specific. Okay? Self-belief defeating is not an unforgivable sin. It may be an act of faithlessness. It may be an act of. Let me give you the hypothetical here. Mouthwash. What has the Catholic Church taught? That self-deleting, which is a euphemism here, because you can't talk about the S word on YouTube. Okay? And I thank Juan for actually doing this in a politically correct, using politically correct language here. Okay? So, yeah, you got it. That's exactly what it means, mouthwash. Okay. So, so the hypothetical here is someone who's been a Christian all their life and been faithful to the very end. Would they lose their salvation? Which is what we mean by an unforgivable sin. Is you lose your salvation. Suddenly lose it because they're in a situation where they have no other choice but to self-delete. And there are times when that has been happened. Like, for example, Spies at times of war sometimes have to self-delete to preserve state secrets. No, that's not an act of faithlessness, but it is an act of sacrifice. Okay? Not all self-deleting is the same. There are some times when it has to be done. If more lives are on the line than just your own, it's not necessarily, like, for example, and one of the things I really hate is sometimes when we deal in difficult ethical discourse, we tend to slip into moral absolutes. Okay? And what I mean by moral absolutes here is that something can be absolutely wrong, and we confuse that with a universal. Okay? So, the question will come up sometimes. Is it morally wrong to lie? The answer to that is yes. It is morally wrong to lie. Is it always morally wrong to lie? Yes. Is it ever justified to lie, even though it is always morally wrong? The answer to that is also yes. Okay? The Nazi that shows up on your doorstep and asks you if you're hiding Jews. Is it morally wrong to lie to the Nazi? Yes. Is it always morally wrong to lie to the Nazi? Yes. Is it justified to lie to the Nazi? Oh, yes. Because there's a higher principle at stake. I've seen this argument used many times. Like, for example, when it talks about the infanticide that you sometimes see in the Old Testament. Okay? Is it wrong to kill children? Yes. Is it always wrong to kill children? Yes. Is it sometimes justified to kill children? Yes. That's not moral relativism. That's moral compatibilism. Mm-hmm. The other haters will take that way out of context, but it is moral compatibilism. It's the idea that there are higher goods that can be achieved, that should be achieved, by saying that, okay, I know something is wrong. I wouldn't do it normally because I know it's ethically wrong, but there's sometimes when you have to do it for a higher good. Okay? I mean, I can name at least one circumstance where it is morally right to kill a child. Okay? And it's really, I mean, I'm not going to give it out here, okay? But I can think of at least one circumstance where it is morally right to do so. And, you know, that's all it takes, though, is one circumstance where it is morally right to do, morally justified, and that, you know, that is the mitigating circumstance. So, okay, one asks because of mental illness. Yeah, well, look, if you're mentally ill, you're not thinking right. That's almost, you know, that then is not really a sin. If you're not thinking right, and I'll take that comment down there. Okay, so He says he asks because of mental illness. Yeah, there's people who self-delete because they are mentally ill. But this is the problem with mental illness. You're not thinking right. You're not thinking clearly. Does that still make it a sin to off yourself because of mental illness? Now, we do know. Well, okay, but it's like this too. People who are mentally ill will often do things that they don't understand they're doing. And this is the one thing about mental illness is, and this is why, say, insanity is considered to be a defense in a court of law. The insanity defense, people have misused it, but it has a valid application. People who have killed somebody because they were mentally ill and didn't know what they were doing. And this is why when the mental illness, the insanity defense is used, they go through a battery of assessments because, it's one of those things where, you have to show, for example, to a court, like that, you didn't know what you were doing was wrong. Maybe your sense of reality was wrong. There was no, say, ill intent. Like, for example, if it comes out, that you were angry at the person, well, that would disqualify your mental illness defense. So there's a high bar for, say, a mental illness defense in a court of law. But that high bar does show that somebody who is mentally ill is not thinking correctly, or at least in terms of what is actually happening around them, that they're making sound judgments. So, in that particular case, it's a tragic thing if someone self-deletes from mental illness. Very tragic. They should have gotten help. But it's also one of those things that is, I think, falls under the grace of God. The grace of God can forgive any sin. And in that case too, God would definitely have compassion over that. I think there's also too a difference between, say,
those who do it.
well, there's also difference in Jewish law to Israelite law over the type of sin as well. If somebody does it because they're acting out of rebellion, that's a very different matter in the eyes of God to one who's just flirting too much and can't think straight, and that would be a trespass. The standard thing is that trespasses are always forgivable, whereas a rebellion isn't, at least under traditional Jewish law. So I think a lot of it will depend upon, say, the circumstances. But in the case of mental illness, it would definitely fall under the grace of God. And in that particular case, it would definitely be forgivable. So I don't see that as being unforgivable. Okay, so with that said, we're going to move on here. A very heavy topic. It needs a lot of sensitivity, but it's also not cut and dry either. And a lot of ethical questions are like this. A lot of ethical questions have this sort of tug, as it were. Okay, tension. Tension, that's the word. There's a tension here with most ethical questions. Oh, by the way, one other fact too that we should probably touch on. Just a final thought on this particular question. Of self, if self-deleting and unforgivable sin because you can't repent. Just because you don't repent of a specific sin doesn't mean it's not covered under the blood of Jesus Christ. Exactly. Exactly. And
I mean, it's a
mm-hmm.
and those I don't.
Mm-hmm. A lot of churches have that built into the confession. Please forgive me of the sins that I have committed, conscious and unconscious. Known and unknown. That's the thing with the amnesty of Jesus Christ. It forgives you of the sins you don't repent of because you didn't know you did them, you forgot. You're so busy with your conscious sin that you forget about your unconscious. There's a lot of sins we don't confess and don't repent. And the blood of Christ, per 1 John, keeps on cleansing. Yeah. So, the whole matter that you can't repent is neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. Where you are in terms of the amnesty with Jesus Christ is what matters as far as the forgiveness of any sin. Even one that involves this act. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Juan asks again for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on hiring editors / effects to make vids? Oh, I've got an opinion about this one. Oh boy, yeah. I think a lot of channels get into a lot of trouble because they hire editors and pay for effects. Okay? Well, let me put it to you like this. YouTube does, for most content creators, does not pay very much. Okay? Yes, you can live off of it if you've got a generous support base. Okay? So, I'm very, very, very blessed to have a very generous community that appreciates the importance of our work, appreciates the importance of our content, and is willing to financially support it so that we can do it. And we are thankful to all of you who have helped us to be able to do this full time. However, it does not pay enough for an employee or for additional contract labor. And I think this is a problem that a lot of channels run into. I mean, I heard like Cameron Bertuzzi's channel does this. He's got like 4 employees. So he has to beg for money at times to keep those employees on his payroll. So I think as a YouTube creator, you have to treat this in many respects, even if it's not a business, even if it's a ministry, and what we do here is a ministry, not a business, you still have to treat the books like it was a business. And what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is you can't spend more than you earn. You'd think that's common sense. You would think that that is common sense, that you don't spend more than you bring in. So, a lot of these YouTube channels are getting into trouble because they're hiring a bunch of people they can't afford. So, Oh yeah, there's a lot of extra expenses to having an employee. But let's say even if you didn't, let's just say you hired your deadbeat nephew, okay? Who's got maybe some video editing skills. Okay, just let's say you pay him half as much as you do. All right, you pay yourself. That's still 1.5 times, say, your salary or what you're getting in after taxes and all that. And some countries have really steep taxes, like Canada, really steep taxes. The government wants its share first. So, but in Soviet America, the printer money go brr. Money printer go brr, yeah. Yeah. Not quite. Yeah, but you pay them in Egyptian promissory notes.
The other, it would be.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does. It is true you would get slicker presentations if you could hire employees. Okay, it's very true. You get slicker. But you know what? The cost of some of the there's some cost control issues on some of these YouTube channels. Like there's a channel I won't name that spent like I used to do stage work. So did my wife. My producer's also done like serious stage work, and some of those sets say look like, if I was to do a rough estimate, would be like $50,000, and they're thinking they're going to earn this back on YouTube. Throw $50,000 into a set. I mean, remember that set at the mega church? What's it called? Willow Creek. Yeah. Yeah, $70K. We attended Willow Creek once just to check them out, and they had this set on the stage, and it was just for 1 or 2 Sundays. One Sunday. Okay? One Sunday. 3 services, 1 Sunday. And they threw $70,000 into making the set, having the set made. And it was
mimicked a TV.
Yeah, they mimicked the TV show 24. Okay? And it was a fabulous looking set. But $70,000. 70. Not 17, 70. They went to a professional shop and had it done. And crazy how much money was just spent for this one set. But that's not unusual for stuff like this. Trade shows, if you ever go to a trade show and you see those little booths, it's not uncommon for companies to spend like $120,000 on that. Okay. But when you're talking about, say, a YouTube channel, you're not talking in that league. The average YouTube monetization. Okay, we're talking about monetization of your typical YouTube channel. Okay, so you're talking the 10% of YouTube channels get monetized. The average earnings of a YouTube channel are $100 a month. That's the average earnings of the average monetized YouTube channel. Okay. There are only a handful of YouTube channels that where the creator can go full time. And as I said, we're really blessed by our community. You're really supporting us, and we so appreciate that. So, we don't ever take that for granted. This is why we thank every super chat, we thank every donation, because we understand that it's unique. It's unique. Like Alexis here. The Egyptian promissory notes do sound good after hearing these prices. Oh yeah, totally. So, when we talk about, hiring staff and editors and all that, it'd be lovely. It also wouldn't be it wouldn't be sustainable. Okay. Darkblade. If the average is 100 a month, then PewDiePie is probably in the top 0.01%. No, he's in the 0.00001%. PewDiePie is at the top. He's like he's one of the top 10 channels. Yeah. Well, yeah. He's in the top 10 of YouTube channels. Right? And we're talking here of about, what's it now? There's 100 million channels. There's yeah. Yeah, so there's very few. It's something like there's 10 million monetized channels, and their average monetization is about 100 a month. So that sort of gives you an idea of the kind of money involved. Some will learn a lot less than 100. Some will learn a lot more. But a lot more will make the less than the more. Yeah. Yeah, Bible Exegete. Only something like 10 channels have over 100 million subscribers. Yeah, exactly. And it's just one of those things that YouTube can be a very, very hard business if you want to try to. It's you have to focus your channel in certain ways to even get to the point where you're even getting that initial monetization. So again, it's not something we're going to consider at this present time. We're just not even close to being able to afford an employee. So yeah, Big Destiny, it's a classic Pareto distribution. Yeah, price is law. It's price is law. 10 people make 90% of the money. So we're not going to be able to hire anyone anytime soon. And frankly, for us, we want to maintain our touch on the community as well. So, okay. Next. Well, thank you, Alexis. Alexis says here, your intros and outros are good. You all don't need any employees. Well, thank you. We did them ourselves. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe they're not. One of the things, they're not the slickest. Okay. We we aren't trained in cinematography. You know, we're not video editors by trade. We're scholars by trade. I mean, that's what we do. Okay. Every so often, I get somebody who wants to volunteer to redo our outros and intros. So he gets his foot in the door for permanent work, and I just have to tell him, no, sorry, we're not interested, because it's just, you know, we're not going to take your free labor because we can't promise you anything. So it's just like, it ain't going to happen. So, and we're happy with what we have, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing, exegetical apologetics, volunteers always welcome. Well, you know what? We would like volunteers for certain aspects of this, definitely. But yeah, we could use, for example, more volunteers on our Discord server. We would love to have. We have a Discord server. I don't know how many of you are part of the Discord server, but we carry on the discussions during the week on the Discord server. There's a link in the description if you want to join the Discord server. We'd love to have more volunteers helping out on the Discord server. That's one place where we do hurt for volunteers. Now, anyone who does volunteer has to understand too that this is not going to turn into a job. Okay, as long as you understand it doesn't work. It's not going to turn into a job. We're not going to promise you a job. We could always use help. Okay? And that's one of those areas where we could use a little help. So, but Ewan Thompson asks, what volunteering needs to be done on Discord? We're short of moderators. We're always short of moderators. So, moderators, admins, you know, those sorts of things. And we're very picky about our moderators too. So, you know, there's that. We do have some, even though it's a volunteer thing, we also don't want moderators causing more problems than they fix. And we have seen that happen too, where there's on certain channels, say, moderators who create more tension, strife, and drama than they're fixing. So we always want to make sure that, say, on our Discord server, that our moderators do, you know, keep the peace. Keep the peace and the community standards. Okay. So, with that said, I think we got a couple more. Well, we do give our mods a wide latitude, but yeah, we have some like we have some standards, like, for example, on our Discord. We want people to play nice. Okay, people have to play nice on our Discord server. We don't allow proselytizing. Even if a Christian, and we are Christians ourselves, we don't permit proselytizing. It just isn't. It's not good for a healthy conversation. So, we are a teaching channel. We also do other things on our Discord server too. Like, we have a writer's corner, like where we do writing workshopping. We do all sorts of things on it. We talk about hobbies and anime and all that stuff. So it's not just, we don't just cover Egypt and the Bible on our Discord server, but we cover those things that are related to our interests as well. Okay, so let's go to the next super chat, because we are after midnight here, and I think we are almost done. Okay, Mama has puts up here a member question or chat. And she says, I will give some subscriptions in honor of my firstborn child graduating from high school tomorrow. Congratulations. I love her so much. She has made her entire family so proud for all she has overcome and exceeded. Well, praise the Lord. And Mama has gifted the channel 5 memberships. Thank you so very much, and congratulations on your firstborn making it through high school. So you must be very proud of her. Okay, and we got one final member question, and it is from Juan. He asks, theology. Isn't the idea of us living in eternal bliss more of a fantasy? Trillions of years in bliss, it seems more fantastical, like a book ending. Not exactly bliss. I think that's a bit of a caricature of heaven. It is joy. It is peace. It is love. No chihuahuas barking. One adds, I can understand humans being eternal, or God being eternal, but humans? Sure, why not? What's preventing? I mean, what prevents us from being eternal is our bodies. You know, if our bodies are being made eternal, why can't we be eternal? What's preventing us from being eternal? I mean, this is not a new idea to say, this is not an idea strictly to Christianity. You know, transhumanists believe this. If they can keep the body from falling apart, you can live forever. This is what guys like De Grey basically suggest. That if you replace failing organs, if you rehabilitate the telomeres of the cells so that you don't get cancer, if you eat healthy. I mean, Kurzweil? Yeah, Kurzweil takes 157 vitamins. That's okay. So transhumanists believe that humans can be immortal. Okay, can live forever. Okay, so this is not a strange idea. It's just something that we would achieve in a different way than the transhumanists. The transhumanists, they would do it through, say, physicalist means, materialism, that sort of methods, where we would say, it's achieved for the Christian in the afterlife. Oh yeah, you can go crazy with vitamins if you really do. And most of them are nothing but snake oil. It's not that they're not real vitamins. It's just outside of their source in food. Studies have more or less shown that most vitamins are ineffective because you need other substances to absorb them. Probably the one exception to this is vitamin D. Vitamin D you could probably keep taking, and it wouldn't harm you one bit. Yeah, but it would be only if you're not doing any of the oranges. But you can get enough vitamin C from fresh meat. Yeah. So, yeah, eat fresh meat and you get all the vitamins you need from the most part. Yeah. A vegetarian would definitely have problems with this. Okay, so that was the last super chat. I'm going to take 2 non-super chats quickly and we'll call it a night because it's after midnight already. So, let's look up from non-super chats here and then call it. $10.50. Okay. Ooh. Uh, okay. I'm actually gonna, okay, we'll take this one here from Turner SB. And thank you, Jack Ray, for another 5 memberships. We really appreciate the support of the channel. Okay, Eternal SB asks, in all of your studies in the ancient Near East and Egyptology, what was the most enlightening on historical context of the Old Testament? That is probably a really wide question. Yeah, it is a really wide question. There's one discovery, though, that I think is really important. Really, really, really important. And that's the Merneptah Stele. And most people don't understand what they understand. Most people understand when they hear about the Merneptah Stele, and specifically the Merneptah victory stele against the Libyans. They all know that Israel's mentioned there, but there's some things about how Israel is mentioned in that text that gives you a lot of insight. Okay? Especially when you consider that that was written about a little more than 40 years after the Exodus. So, if the Exodus happens in about 1263, and this happens in 1217. Okay. So, now there's some little details in the Merneptah Stele that get lost in the English translations. Okay. First of all, the determinatives. Israel in the Merneptah Stele doesn't use, say, the country or a place, but uses the determinatives for a people group. The second thing is that the Merneptah Stele, the poetic section of the Merneptah Stele, is arranged in couplets, like in any ancient Near Eastern poetry. So with a couplet, you are to compare what's beside it. So, like, for example, it talks about, the Merneptah Stele talks about the Hittites and then the Libyans, 2 great coalitions of nations. It talks about Gaza and Ashkelon, 2 cities on the coast, etc., etc. The Israelites are compared with the Hurrians. This is really interesting. Now, the Hurrians at this point are the remnants of the Mitanni. They're the remnants of the Mitanni Empire. They're wandering groups of people. So, you get one people group that's wandering around being compared to another group that's wandering around. If you compare the dates to when the Merneptah victory stele was written compared to the potential date for the Exodus, there's a very interesting coincidence. And that is that the time that Merneptah invades Canaan just happens to be the same time when the Israelites are gathered around Shiloh. And the only ones that are not around Shiloh are the few stragglers that are wandering around. So the fact that when Merneptah enters the land of Israel, he first hits that coastal plain, which is inhabited by Philistines, then goes up to the Shephelah and comes back down to Gezer and only encounters Canaanites and this straggling group of Israelites, is totally consistent with what we find in the book of Joshua. It's uncanny. Absolutely uncanny. Uncanny how the Israelites are described. uncanny how they're compared to their surrounding, say, tribal groups. Uncanny how they are encountered by the Egyptians, but not destroyed by them, because most of them aren't there. They're somewhere else. So, really interesting. Really interesting and often overlooked. Often overlooked. So, that's what I think is probably the most enlightening historical piece of history document that sheds light on the Old Testament. So, but there's others as well. I mean, there's others as well. Like, for example, the Lachish archive. Very interesting. Very interesting, where it talks about the final days of Israel before Babylon. Really interesting there. And we did cover that in another video. So anyway, that's my answer. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, we'll take one more non-super chat, and then we're going to call it a night. The Egyptian what? No. Where? What's the question? No, I won't take that. I'm actually going to take this one from Any Gun Wild. And this will be our last question of the night, but I think it's an interesting one. Anyone Gone Wild asks, would actual ghosts, dead people whose souls are still in the world, be possible from a Christian perspective? Why or why not? Okay. There's actually two considerations here. And I think they're both very interesting and very provocative. Okay. Now, he uses the term here, actual ghosts. Actual ghosts, what he means here is that the dead people whose souls are still in the world. While Jewish metaphysics claimed that the soul would linger around the body for 3 days after death, we don't seem to find that in a Christian perspective. It does seem that right immediately after death is the judgment. Okay? For it is appointed unto man to die once, and then the judgment. Okay? So the actual souls of dead people do not linger around the world. Okay? The earth after, in the postmortem state. But, and here's the but, is that there are other alternatives that could explain, say, ghosts as manifestations. Okay? So, when we talk about the whole idea of ghosts, the souls of dead people are not the only option, and they're not even the most likely option. I've mentioned before that there was a 3-volume set done in the 19th century called Ghosts of the Living, where it was investigated that, these accounts of living people who claim to have been out of their bodies, and other people who have claimed to have seen them out of their bodies. And that's just one possibility. I mean, there's other possibilities, such as the Engram view, where basically people leave a psychic impression upon an area, and that impression keeps replaying like a tape recorder. There's the possibility that other spirits are masquerading as dead people. That's happened. There's even some say potential for say activity that does not necessarily involve spirit beings at all. Strange phenomenology. Such as telekinesis. It has been Jimmy Akin did a show talking about poltergeists as being explained by possibly latent telekinetic effects. So that could explain some of this as well. So there's a lot of potential explanations for ghosts that are not necessarily the spirits of dead people. In fact, I would think in the Christian perspective, those other options are very consistent and very likely within a Christian framework, much more so than dead people still being in the world being possible. Okay? So that's what I would say here, is that there's a lot of options for this whole phenomena of ghosts. The souls of dead people are the least likely option. Okay? Which kind of seems strange, because we would kind of expect it to be the most likely. It's counterintuitive, definitely. But given the Christian perspective, the Christian worldview, that the other options are much more likely, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of other options that are possible. So, that said, we're going to wrap it up here. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We want to thank our supporters and our super chatters. Those of you who donate to our channel, you guys keep us going. You keep the food on the table and the lights on. We do very, very much appreciate your support. We never take it for granted. We're so grateful for it. We also want to thank our YouTube subscribers and our Patreon subscribers, because you also help us. We really, really appreciate the support, because that also helps fund this channel. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos. Hit that like button and hit the subscribe button, and distribute the URLs of our media to other social media sites, because that gets the word out. And finally, please do join us Tuesday at 4 p.m. for our Assassin's Creed Origin live play. We hope to see you all there. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.